Alright. Get our tabs open. Alright. That should be good. So, playing Sekiro, kinda found out I kinda need to maybe just do that maybe just once a week or something, because that is a stressful game. I'm not a master at it. But yeah, it's like Dark Souls I can handle Dark Souls fine. I need hey, you can come up on me. Don't need too much. At least I don't need as much to get through that. But you know, Sekiro is just like, ooh. Especially the boss that Jeff got on too. Don't even know how to beat them or anything like that. And of course my fingers are not working right. Oh well, it's fine. Maybe if I sit up nice and straight. Alright. And I need to kill these. I don't remember why I need to kill these. But I needed to kill them. This was getting meat from them or something maybe? All order to fill. Yeah, just gotta slay him. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to get... What's the word for it? Machinist. I wanted to get machinist up since I was excited for Gunbreaker. It's like, it looked cool, you know, like sword and gun kind of thing going on. But actually trying to play it, it kind of more turned out to everything's gonna take 5 years extra to get through anything the campaign, and that's not really what I want. I don't really want to have to take forever to deal with even the simplest of monsters. I think plenty would agree with that. Like even with my bird friend, it just takes way too long. No, that's go with machine. Besides, the machine is much nice. You can like hip pouch and stuff like that. That hip pouch thingy, which matches my other hip pouch as part of the outfit, so it works well. Right, complete that. I'm in the Sea of Clouds right now, I think. Something like that. Trying to get up to about like level 60, level 61 is what I need to get to, so that I can jump back into the story. That's what my gunblade and my thaumaturge is at. And I do like the thaumaturge, I quite like them, but it doesn't match my outfit as much. Machinist one matches it more. And I think I like my character more as a machinist anyways. How did you fare? Waiting for Liz has come around to see things our way. Lab mushrooms. Maybe. My, what a delectable looking mushroom you have there. So round, so plump. I appreciate the offering, but why did you bring this to me? What of... Barbarellete? Barbarellete? He said, what? How absurd to think I could make such a request for selfish gains. Future... Oh. Guess you put something that... the moderation didn't like. The future of Camp Cloud Tops is not to be taken lightly. That's not to say I'm not hungry, mind you. I guess I cannot depend on him to help make change after all. I think I'll have to think on something else. Maybe sauteed mushrooms, or mushroom soup. What? Oh, I'm merely thinking of, yeah. And have all the red leaflets. Yes, of course. I mean, I even made my character in this red. I'm not gonna see great in the light, but yeah, it's too dark out right now to really see. But you know, right. Dragoons in the mist. Done requires aid. All right. I cannot improve morale through food, and I'll have to take more drastic measures. Yes, some heroic feat to rally the men and enliven their spirits. As they say, it is the idle man who is the miserable man. I guess that's fair. And for a man of Ishgard, what could be more heroic than slaying a dragon? You're gonna make me slay the dragon though, right? They say cloud... Tongue twisters. My tongue is all in a twist today. They say Camp Cloudtop is devoid of dragons, making it perfect for men of our lowly standing. But surely, at least one dragon has found its way to this region, no? I cannot leave my post just yet, so I may ask that you take up such a search until I am able. First, I suggest you speak with the men around the camp for a lead. When you've tracked one down, report back to me. I shall gather the men and head out to slay the foul beast. I feel like this is gonna go poorly. Oh, that's not even we're not even talking to the people that's here. I guess they do have higher vantage points, but you know. Let's see. Just smell. Armietta? Looking for dragons? Ha! That wouldn't have... They wouldn't have assigned us here if they didn't expect it. Yeah. Tongue's just all in a twist. If they suspected such a danger. We have the Vanu to contend with from time to time, but even we can handle the likes of them. But now that I think about it, recently we've been finding what looked like scraps of something feeding on the local wildlife. But surely it was not the work of a dragon, right? Maybe it's a scrap monster. Monster of scraps. Arabald? We talked to him earlier. I did. Dragons? Here near Camp Cloudtop. I'm afraid you must be wasting your time. What business would dragons have here? Fair enough. Jump on a broom. Can't go wrong with a witch's broom. There you are. Jamin Frest. When working to repair the protector, I cannot help but feel that something is watching it. Whoever or whatever it is, I wonder why they would concern themselves with a broken airship. I don't know. Maybe they're on a heist. I think it'd be cool. heisting an airship. I guess it is broken, but you know, once it is fixed. I thought I had to return to him. Okay. Guess I just won't return to him then. Waiting for Duty Finder, cause it gives nice XP. And I'd like to continue the main story. Anu Scout. Still no change. The field is calm, like... Oh, okay. Yes, we're enemy. Well, that's not a dragon sighting. Convenient once I have the ability to fly in this area. Alright. There goes the search. Any word of dragons in Cloudtop? No dragons, only Vanu? Well, I expected as much to be sure, but I'm no less disappointed for it. What could they be watching? There's not here of interest save for the Protector. And even that is still in sore need of repairs. Do they perceive it to be a threat? At any rate, there is little glory won from a scuffle with Vanu. But mark my words, I will find a way to rekindle the fire in our men's hearts. I mean, good on you, sir. I don't think I actually need any of these, but I guess I'll take that. Unclear motives. Your timing is perfect as always. I did not leave. I was thinking of your recent encounter with the Vanu when I recalled reports from our men who patrolled that area. They often catch the Vanu on higher ground, in places that offer commanding views of the surrounding area. It's believed they are conducting routine surveillance, but to what end we know not. But I mean to find out, and I will have you assisting me. Or would. Not commanding me, okay. Pray return to where you first sighted the Vanu and search for clues. Whatever they are searching, or scheming, we must know of it. Searching, scheming, kind of the same thing for what they're doing. Hey Alano, how you doing? I'm doing alright, just taking a break from, I'm gonna have maybe Sekiro maybe just be like a weekly thing, instead of a back-to-back day thing. It's a stressful game. Waiting is boring, like watching moss grow on rocks, but I must... What? Oh, okay. Well, I'll come back to you, Vanu Scout. Light party. Yeah. I mean... It's a lot more relaxing than Sekiro, of all things. Sekiro is a good way to just have a bundle of fried nerves. I mean... The boss I need to kill is like, it's in a super tiny room, and it's like fourth of the size of the room and does wings, and I can't block it, and dodging doesn't work. So, not really sure about what to do with it. I mean, you know, coming back with maybe a more relaxed head, maybe it'll go better. Johnny might here just spraying bullets. It is dark. I need to turn up the brightness. Really dark. I think it's pretty fair to expect a lot of games to be less stressful than Sekiro of all things. Gross, gold lung. Layer of sulfuric sludge is built up in the lung. In the body. Not just the lungs. Alright. A locksmith. You know... Oh. Alright, dead, don't need to worry. Gotta go eat this fruit so I'm not poisoned. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep reminding myself I need to turn up the brightness. For him to... There we go. I wanna drag everything and die. I am less push. Little red lady. Alright. Alright, let's go shoot some stuff, Johnny Mike. Bang, 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 bang. Johnny and me just spamming red shot. Yeah, it works when everything gets clumped up like that. Okay. I remember nothing about this boss. Ooh. Some stage. Coin counter takes a moment to reconsider. What is he reconsidering? His decision to fight us? I'd be reconsidering that right about now. Pass. Oh, there we go. Was supposed to run a Star Wars game on Thursday, but not all the people were there, so I had to cancel it for this week, unfortunately. But I'm sure again next week. No. The first MMO I ever played was World of Warcraft. And that was during Cataclysm. That was the first time I got to jump in. Eventually, when they, you know, much later on, they like the classic servers and stuff, it's interesting to play kind of like a game I never got to experience. And like the common mobs are just like, you know, they just murder you. My first character in that was Gnome Warlock. And I got them up to like level 40 something. And I just suddenly decided, you know, I don't think Gnome Warlock's really for me. And just kind of like deleted the character and started a druid. Night Elf Druid. You know, I like that a lot more. Just coming with weird like animals and stuff like that, munching people. I liked it. It's like playing a warlock amongst my friends. Anyone coming in? Yeah. Like most of them were paladins, and one of them was a warrior. So it's like, you know. This is a strange group. And there's like, I think there's like one of each, but like still. No. I got my druid up to level level 69 before I ended. I just kind of stepped away from it for quite a while. And I don't think I came back until Warlord to Draenor. It's good one. I didn't really have any interest in Mist of Pandaria. But I did enjoy playing through Draenor. All that, like, things to look for and all that. I'm gonna eat one of these fruits cause I'm dying. And I got to the level cap in Draenor. Yes. I think that's the only expansion I actually ever reached the level cap in. Yeah, I think so. Because I didn't for Legion, even though I did enjoy Legion. And then those, you know, BFA and Shadowlands, and I lost interest in both of them. Couldn't get invested. Oh, Gnawed Bone. Yeah, I flop between games as well, so it's, you know, it's what it is. I mean, I've played a decent amount of MMOs. I mean, you know, there's Vindictus, Neverwinter Online. I downloaded and like got into the character creation of Lord of the Rings Online, but I never actually played it. Like, I didn't load into a character or anything like that. I don't know why. SWTOR, Star Wars The Old Republic, I enjoyed that. That was good. Their, like, what's the word for it? Like, their subscription method, I don't enjoy, but the game I enjoy. Though it was more of a challenge when it first came out. Now it's just kind of like, you know, going through the base game and stuff, you just blow right through it. Could be out, I've been looking for it. The kindling to ignite the fires in the hearts of my men. You must delve further and get to the bottom of this. Potato pancakes? Oh, but I like apple juice too. Give me. Alright. Just gonna take a drink. Okay. What other MMOs have I played? I'm trying to think of them now. 3 sets of 14 lives. 2 crossed out entirely, the 3rd halfway. Ah, no use. I still haven't the foggiest of what these markings on the bone could mean. Would you show it to the others? But perhaps they will know what to make of it. Alright. Vindictus was a neat game. And I didn't mind that. I didn't play like I didn't play too far into it, but I got to different areas and stuff like that. I enjoyed what I played, even though if it was kind of weird in places. Now when I think about this bone, what an odd pattern. I've never seen its like. If it holds any meaning, I couldn't tell you. My apologies. Well, okay. Nar, how good to see you. What can I do for you? What's this bone to you? Seemed to me that the scouts were counting something. The question is, what? Alright. Hera, that was another one that I played for a bit with some friends. That was a game. I mean, it played well and it looked nice, but it also looked it looked skimpy, I suppose, would be the best way and most direct way of putting it. I didn't stick around for that too long. But the combat flow was nice. Have I played any other MMOs? I feel like I'm forgetting some. I mean, there's one that I just can't remember the name of. I can visually kind of like remember it a bit, but not in a really like helpfully descriptive way, unfortunately. Ooh, Wildstar was another one. I quite enjoyed Wildstar, but I only played it a little bit when it came out, and then later I kind of got more into it, but yeah, it like closed that closed all its servers down and everything like here, maybe like a few months later, something like that. A shipment of provisions? Truly? Oh, how I've longed for a reprieve from salted meats. Didn't mean to get carried away. It's just I often find myself counting the days until... By the Fury, that's it! The shipment is their target. The Vanu scouts must have been spying on our shipments. They know they come once a fortnight. I don't know why, but my pinky loves to just raise for some reason. Yeah, it's raised up. But if I put my head flat, it'll go down. And if I curl my fingers more relaxedly, it goes right back up. I don't know why. Oh, well, I guess it's a little better if I do that way, maybe. But they couldn't care less about the foodstuffs. They mean to seize the crystals and offer them up to the white whale. Oh, well, that's bad. Go and tell Fabrele they make fillets. What we discovered. I will speak with Lady Laniata. Neverwinter Online. While I didn't like the combat system in that game, I enjoyed the I enjoyed all the roleplay that I got into it. I mean, that's the first MMO that I actually like role-played on to any real extent. Like I dabbled a little bit in World of Warcraft, and that's about the only one I actually really tried to dabble into. But it was Neverwinter Online that I really did. Did that as a tiefling and a few other characters too, but primarily to tiefling. That was good. I quite enjoyed it. That lasted maybe a year or two, I think. If I don't mean to steal our crystals, I can't imagine how they intend to accomplish that. Well, if you truly believe this is believe there's merit in Gildon's claims, by all means, go to the Protector. The provisions are being unloaded as we speak. I mean, it is right there. We better see if something's happening. Hey, Lid. Hello. Dun 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 dun. You're all bad at your job. Provisions. Come to me. All the provisions appear to be accounted for. I should queue up for another duty as well, now I'm thinking about it. And queue up for a trial. Oh. Right. Yeah, I played a tiefling warlock in that. You know, warlock had the cool powers. Not the most effective, mind you, but the cool ones. And they had like a cool like wraithly like speed dash, and you could like throw spectral hands or fireballs or whatever. You could make a ghost like a ghostly specter servant rise up to serve you. You know, it's cool stuff. Time and again, you have risked your life to protect our camp, and for that, oh, he's gone. Ah yes, you are right. It was Gildon who uncovered the Vandu's plot. Adjusting my seat. Yep, finger's still up there. Alright, well. Not a lot I can do about it, I guess. Oh yes, you're right. Yeah, I already read that part. Perhaps a man of your intelligence could better serve House Helena elsewhere. Should it be your desire, I could arrange for a transfer. Well, well. To think that I might one day salute you. I am honored, Lady Laniata. Truly, I am. But with all due respect, I'd rather remain in Camp Cloudtop. Oh, surprise! All I've ever wanted, is to rekindle our men's spirits, to see them walk with their heads held high once more. Were I to leave, that dream might never become a reality. But, if I may, I do have one small request. All this running about has left me quite famished. Might we partake of the recovered provision? A celebratory meal? Or a celebratory snack, perhaps? Even now, all you can think of is your stomach. A snack, and a few cases of wine besides. That much we can afford to spare, no? Aye, men could do with a bit of meat in mead. Make sure they know that Gildon is to thank for it. Oh. Thank you, Lady Laniata. Thank you. Well, yeah, I wanted to increase the brightness. Na, 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 na. Alright, where? Reading system configuration. Okay. And so does the character lighting just put lighting on me? Oh, so it does. Well, we'll put it in a nice halfway. Maybe? This configuration. No, I think I like it without the character. Without the character lighting more. Yeah, we'll go with that. Right. Where do I need to go now? Let's stay afloat that long. There you go. Astronus nest? Okay. Oh, we got a big trial. Light party. Oh no, it's this one. Dagger. The big whale. The big sky whale. So many effects. No. Okay, those are not friendly bubbles. Good to know. Oh no, what happened to that person? But he's dead. Oh, she need more steak. that XP buff. Right? Yeah, a little tiny little bit one. What is that? Aha! Ah, tornado. That let me down. Alright. Now we can kill this one. Poor Darkstar, he's still dead. He or she is still dead. The bubble. Ow. Okay. Murder time. Can we do it? Oh yeah, player commentator. And it does that. Alright, back to these nets. I find nothing. Hello, how you doing, Big Bird? D&D actually made me hate vampires. When I used to play it, with, my brother and my stepbrother, just like the three of us. My brother wanted to play like a vampire character, so I got to become one because, like, you know, whatever, you're young and whatnot, but vampires are really strong. I don't know if you know this, but, you know, while they have like weird restrictions and stuff, they're really, really strong. Especially when you make them a player character. This was 3.5, so like they have like, you know, fast regen and all those kind of things. It's like, oh god. He was an evil cleric as well. So like the things that he grabbed in later levels and stuff like that, it's just like, I don't know how to deal with this really. How do I deal with him just making all the monsters into goo? But, you know, I don't make the same mistake twice now, at least. I don't allow people to be full-fledged vampires. You know, not as player characters, at least. Because, yeah, they're tough ones. And my stepbrother, he was like, he was a monk or something like that. So he was like a tiger guy. So he had like all these claw attacks that he did instead. And that was, I could deal with that. But evil cleric vampire, not so much. Magic's, it gets really, really strong in like 3.5 or Pathfinder or whatnot. It's strong in 5th edition too, but you know, get like a fighter up here. Meru? I'm not sure I understand. What's Meru mean? What am I even doing here? I was just looking for an egg or something? Okay. Why Meru? So it's like shorter or something? Or... okay. Oh. Oh, well. What am I supposed to be doing here? Check all the requirements, set a plan in motion. Research. Okay, well, I mean, fair enough, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, vampires are strong. Oh, okay. Okay, adult thieves. Got it. Oh, okay. I can deliver the egg. I just wasn't searching the right one, apparently. Or I was having very bad luck. I'm not sure which. Well, I mean, you know, people like what they like. I mean, I like tieflings. Hands. You know, nowadays, when I like GM games for folks, it's like, I like 4 to 5 people. That's my happy amount. Like, back when I first started, it was just me, my brother, and my stepbrother, so I'm just DMing for 2 other people, so it's like this tiny thing. And I wouldn't really want to do that nowadays. I have done it in the past, maybe like last year, I think I might have done it, just as like a small little one-shot or something, but like for a whole campaign, nah, no way. It relies a lot on just those 2 people then, and me. So, where am I going? Do I need anything else here? Stuff over there. Oh, I can kill for another thing. I should do that. Level am I? 59 still. I'll just get for that. So, 57. Okay, I guess we'll go over there. Yeah. The more people, the more ideas. Like, too many people. There's too many people, obviously, that you can have. I mean, like, I've played in games where people had like 8 people in it, and it's just people get like pushed to the back a lot, or like, you know, somebody might take the stage, or like, you know, or if you're like trying to balance with other people, I don't know, it's a lot. But like, you know, just a nice 4 or 5. Easier to just pull people away for like, to like make sure that they get their spotlight without dragging the game. Oh, I went past it. Without dragging the game on extensively to make it impossible to actually get anywhere. Huh? It's fine. It's fine. I don't mind. I just didn't know who you were talking about. People enjoy, you know, adult themes. Fine. Poison from fiendish fondue courses through veins, prevents all movement. Netherlings ride our fiercest gale to Anu Vanu in OK Zundu. Okay, for antidote. In return here before ceremony of sacrifice finishes. Okay. Let's see, where are we going? Over there. Well, that's convenient. There's more quests over there. I need to get 2 more levels. I need to get 61, and then I can continue where I left off in the actual story. Because Gunblade's not fun for leveling. Everything takes 10 years longer. Vandu tribe means to sacrifice innocent Zundu. Tribe of Vundu goes too far this time. Hurry, Netherlings. Netherling? Yeah, okay. I'm saying it right. Alright. Take this antidote to fellow Zundu and free him from dreadful poison. I don't like it that he calls them Netherlings. You have another quest, actually. Dark winds bode ill for tribe Zundu. Netherlings must help. In the Cromlech do cursed totem poles lie. Strike down 4 of them to stave off the ill fortune they portend. Okay. What do you got? What do you got? Reap what you sow. That doesn't give me experience. That one does. Okay. Like nourishing rains after the long summer drought, Netherlings' return may bring succor in our time of need. Vundu spies send word of activity on OK Vundu Mach, deep within Vundu territory. Such news bodes ill for Oko Zundu. A lot of Undus in this place, apparently. We would know more of this coming storm, but spies struggle to slip past watchful gazes of Zundu guards. Well, maybe they should just get a witch's broom. That would help. Netherling's strength and courage is always reliable, and Sonu asked her to brave enemy territory and bring news of what stirs in Oku Vundu Mach. Ook? Mach? I'm okay. Once again, Netherling provides she is stout ally of the Zundu. Zephyr winds at your back, speed you away. Okay. Oh, it is a Beast Tribe quest. Okay. Okay, so that's what those are. You know what, I'm just gonna go with those 3 for now. I'll come back for the other. Happy New Year! Did you have any like celebrations or anything? No? Alcavarian? I didn't have any amazing like big parties or anything like that. But I did just oh hello. But I did have just some gaming with some folks and a small area to fight. And nachos. Which I haven't had nachos in quite a while. Yeah, I mean, you know that's all you really need. You don't need big fancy parties or anything like that. Parties exhaust me real easily, so I like smaller things anyways. Okay, there we go. Here's your potion. Yeah. Netherling's courage remains as reliable as setting sun. However, poison still takes time to flow through body and lingers as a scent brought by a gentle breeze. For now, I hide and remain quiet. away from cruel eye of Vundu tribesmen. Tell Anu Vanu to send Sanua. Poison should run its course before Steed's arrival. These same sounding words that are just enough off to be weird. Oh, the totem's living. Am I, yeah, we just did 7 days for the New Year's. I was playing it with some folk, but they didn't want to be on stream, so I just played it offline with them. Otherwise, would have been streaming it. The nachos were good though. I mean, they had a nice flavor to them, but I'm pretty weak when it comes to anything that's spicy. So even though they were still quite mild for heat, I still had to get some milk to make it so I wasn't melting my mouth with just lava. Alright, let's see. Kill some totems. I was just thinking of something and it's slipped my mind. I'm gonna try to reel it back in. What was it? It's not what I was trying to recall, but I just realized I didn't have my chocobo friend here. You good little chocobo. Alright. We should be able to head back. Right? No? Oh no, I need another totem. What was I thinking? Oh. Yeah, I think... No, one of my favorite D&D characters I've ever played is a cat folk named Omen. He's a black cat. He had a feat in Pathfinder that made it so like he give other people bad luck and stuff, which, you know, was nice. Kind of fit what I was kind of going for. But like he's been in 3 campaigns. Or, yeah, 3. He's been in 3 games. They lasted an amount of time, but you know, not like they didn't all reach complete fruition. Like the first one is more like just like a small kind of like module basis. It was like we were in towns and there was like undead that were like kind of sneaking through and stuff like that. So we had to go deal with them. But I didn't know that at first when I was bringing them in. And in Pathfinder, there are plenty of undead that are just like, oh, sneak attack? Nah, that doesn't matter here. That's what the GM was going with. I came in with a rogue that was built all around sneak attacking people. And it was just like, well, I'm useless. I just, you know, did like little like scratches of damage while everyone else was doing a reasonable amount. Do I have to go back up there for something? What am I going up here for? But yeah, he ended up making it through that, and you know, he was good to the party when for the things that he was good at. You know, he was good at sneaking around and stuff like that. But when it came to combat, since we were fighting exclusively undead, he was pretty useless. I mean, he used these like little like, oh. He used these claw blades for his weapons, which they only did like D4 damage, so they did like no damage at all. It was just like, you know, like little like paper cuts compared to everyone else. They had like magic or like a bunch of punches and stuff like that. But oh well. He was at least able to help uncover some corruption from the mayor and stuff like that, so the party could get that on him. Click. Hands. Oh no, it's this one. Where was I? Oh yeah. But that was kind of the extent of what happened for him in that one. It wasn't too much there. But like the next one that he came into was a pirate game. And he was the first mate of the crew. And we started it. It was just like, okay, well, you're pirates, but your ship's actually damaged and needs a lot of repairs, and you need the money to repair it. But you're also in a pirate town, so if you steal from the folks here, they're gonna murder you, most likely. Like, oh, well, that sucks then. Guess we'll have to do some jobs. And, like, the first job that I think we did was like we had to check out, like, what was going on in, like, the sewers. Like, there was a lot of noise going on and stuff like that. And there was a were-rat down there. Luckily, nobody was infected by them, but, you know, it just got us money. They had a whole, like, stash of money and stuff, apparently, but, the other rogue in the party got to it first, and, was good enough to sneak it away, to stash it, before anybody else could see. So it would have, that amount of money would have paid for our ship, and we could have been on a high seas adventure. But since that person wanted all the money to themselves and just hoarded it, didn't even use it, we had to stay on the island for longer. So I tried to, you know, help get some more money in, since the job itself didn't pay much. It was more in the loot that we found along the way. And I tried to work with the other rogue to get like thieving from the merchants and stuff like that were around. It was like, as long as we weren't caught, it was fine. You know, making distractions, throwing caltrops out in the market square to draw attention away from what we were doing. And the other rogue just wouldn't do anything to help, so we didn't actually get a lot of money from it. And it kind of just took up time. And my character, being the first mate, took all the blame for it. And the captain was like, you know what? You're now just a regular crew member. You no longer the first mate. Just like, what? But I have at least brought in money. So that was unfortunate for him. What are we doing here? Right. And so we took up a job on collecting, what was it? Yeah, we had to collect, was it sheep or something? What am I doing here? What is this? Ow. Yeah, we had to collect sheep from a guy outside of the place that had this little barn to himself and stuff like that. And we got there, and talking to him, he was just like, yeah, we need the sheep. And he's like, oh, okay. And he's being like very like airheaded through the whole conversation. Like he can't like pay attention or anything like that. It's like, okay. And one of the party members gets into the barn to, you know, look at his sheep. And we find out that there's no sheep inside that barn. It's all barrels of gunpowder with sheep. Oh, with sheep, like prints and etchings on the side of them. You're just like, oh, this place is a powder keg. And so we're trying to like explain to him, just like, you realize that you have a lot of gunpowder in though, that's not actual sheep. And he's just like, no, my sheep are wonderful. It's just like, okay, well, we're just not gonna press you on it. We're still buying from you. And I forget exactly how it got instigated, but like a fight happened, and there was magic that was happening, and it went against the drow in our group, which in Pathfinder they have spell resistance. So if you cast a spell against them, you have to use your caster level, I believe it's caster level, and roll and try and beat whatever their spell resistance value is. And the DM's like hearing about this, and he's like, oh, well, I don't think that's really fair, so we'll take it away. And the person who's playing the drow is like, but that's like the entire point, mechanically wise, to pick a drow, because they kind of suck otherwise. Because like they have like light blindness, so they can't see or anything like that. They can't see like at all. When they get into the light, they get like big hindrance and stuff like that. It's just like, oh well, I guess if he's just gonna steal my character's abilities away, I guess I'll just go inside, lead the guy in to go check on his sheep, and then I'll just ignite it. And he just ignites the barrel, so they blow up massively because it's an entire barn filled with powder kegs, and he dies as he planned to do. And so we're all just like there, not able to complete that payday because all of the gunpowder's gone. So we just go and loot the house instead. And I'm scratching my eyebrow. So we have to go and loot that guy's house instead because we gotta get money somehow. And when I get in there, the other rogue's already been in there, and he's like, "Oh no, there's no money in here. It's just like no money in here. In this place where this guy supplies the only gunpowder in the city, massive amounts of it, in a pirate town, and there's no money." And he's like trying to be all like defensive and stuff like that. But he like clearly stole the money, and like I can't directly attack him because I'm not the captain. But like I'm holding the door so that he can't just like flip away and bring it to the captain's attention and trying to convince them that this person definitely did steal things. And the captain's like, nah, it's fine. You're fine. We don't have any proof. And it's just like, we can open his backpack. We would definitely have proof. But captain's like, nah, it's fine. I had to suck it up and just deal with it. Where was I? Okay. so we decide that, you know, go into the, I think we had another mission that we grabbed. I don't remember. I think it was like from just the bounty board kind of thing. But, you know, go into the jungle, figure some stuff out. And, you know, we get in there, and we meet the character that was gonna replace the drow that, you know, blew himself up because the DM was taking away his abilities, just kind of on the fly. And they're like a witch. You know, they're freaky but effective. And you know, it goes fine. My character's, you know, weirded out by them, but they're a witch. What do you expect? But they're not like malicious to us. They're helpful. And we get to like, I think it was like a bandit camp or something that we were taking out. And we are able to, you know, get them. It's no problem. The flavor of rogue that I am could like use like ropes and stuff to charge without being in a straight line, which normally you have to be in a straight line, but with being a pirate, you could just swing around on vines and stuff like that. It was fun. But we're able to kill the bandits, and we all go to rest, you know, sleep, get our wounds back and stuff like that. And we got attacked by shadows in the night, and had to fight them. I don't think it went too badly. I can't really remember. It wasn't a very notable fight in my recollection, but it came and went. Nobody died. And in the night, my character had nightmares about like being in a sea of snakes, and someone trying to like show them like it was like these like dark depictions and stuff like that. I'm not a great multitasker. What's the word I'm looking for? And so like, you know, naturally like these horrible things, it was just like, oh, I try and get away from them. And the rest of the party just like notices me, you know, getting up from sleep and just run off into the woods. And they're able to eventually catch up to me, you know, they wrap me in like this like ropey shadow using a spell. Not like an actual shadowy rope. And get my character to calm down, snap out of it, wake up. I remember this fight being annoying. And, you know, I tell them what's going on, and, you know, it's weird and whatnot, but, like, that they're, you know, that, something is, you know, bringing it up. Oh, they're in a cutscene, oh. What was I waiting for? Oh, yes, they're here. And so we go back to town. And I'm trying to figure out, just like on my off time, when we're when we're not all clumped together. Right, we have to run away from each other for that. And I ended up finding like this, I suppose, shamanistic, lizard folk. So there was later lizard folk in the community. And he apparently has experience with kind of like weird dreams on the island, stuff like that. And what my character might have been going through. And he tells me, you know, like, if you go to this temple, in the woods, you should be able to get some answers. And she's like, okay. And you know, trying to like get the captain to work on that. And they're making a big fuss out of it, just like, oh well, is it gonna be money with that? You're gonna get paid for that? And she's like, well, it's a temple, like an old abandoned temple. It's probably gonna have something for it. And they're, you know, not fully convinced. And, you know, trying to just bring up the fact that... Hold on. That we still would have the money that we need if one of the party members wasn't just stealing everything. And I eventually convinced her and the party to look into it. So we got the party member to dump out their bag. There's a lot of chalk in there for some reason, but there's also an absorbent amount of money, like way beyond what we actually needed to pay. Oh, did we die? No, we did it. Oh. Alright. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Alright. But like we dump out their bag, kind of a bit by force, you know? And like, yeah, they had way more money than we actually needed to fix the boat. And the captain's still just like, nah, I mean, most of that's probably theirs. It just was like, no, that was supposed to be the parties for the ship. And they're just like, no, we need more evidence. Just like, oh my word. So my character, and me a bit, was getting a bit defeated. Not having the captain kind of like listen at all to my character. Like even like getting them to go, I did eventually get them to agree to going to the temple, but the conditions was like, if there's nothing there, then it'll be like on my character's head, even though nobody else in the party from their choices had suffered any like repercussions. They just had it just out for my character for some reason, and I don't know why, but you know. But we did get to go to the temple. And it was like this. I'll pick up in a moment. Actually, no, I'll continue now. The temple, it was... I was told to not look at what was in the main chamber, or else I'd lose my eyes. It's just like, well, I mean, I'd rather not lose my eyes, so we had to like look at the ground the entire time, so we would look at things. One party member had blind sight for a large distance. They'd gotten it from, I think, the same lizard actually. But we were able to go in there. They were able to move a lot more freely, and there were like these giant statues on the sides of the rooms that were like keeping an eye on everyone, looking at them, making sure that like, I guess nobody was actually looking. So we just kind of had to feel around blindly while this other character walked up to the altar, which was atop these stairs and everything. And apparently that altar was in opposition to their god, even though it was marked for my character, and they stole the dagger from it. So when my character got there, it's just like there was no way that they could have known it was taken. So couldn't figure out what to do there. And somebody looked up, I don't remember who, somebody looked up and it started this boss fight, and that is where we had ended that session, and we never returned to the game. We never got to actually be pirates. We were just bandits. That's it. You're just running around being... Not much, really. We never actually got to set foot on our boat and go sailing. Not once in that pirate campaign. Yeah. And that was the second campaign that character was in. What is with this dance? That's just such power. It gets deeper than boreal winds. Oh, hey, look, I'm here. Netherling and one unmoved by our sun drop. Damn. What insolence! Cast Netherling into Cloud Sea. I don't think this music, well, I mean, they were dancing. Maybe it fits. I hear them dancing. But yeah, the third campaign that they ended up being in, my Tadpole character, I'd played a character previously in that one, but they had decided to stay back and help a bunch of NPCs, so I had to make a new character. And the DM was very interested in classes from the Path of War kind of module kind of thing for Pathfinder. That it had neat concepts. Like there were these different like fighting styles which had different levels to them and different abilities to like attack, counter, buff, and do all these different things that were like spells, but were fighting. It was very unique instead of just I run up and slap something. But I decided to play the character, and we didn't have a specific timeline that we had to. Oh, my hand. That we had to have the characters be from. So I decided, well, I mean, they could just be a continuation from the pirate game, but in a more future kind of setting pirate game, so like space pirate kind of thing. And like they had, gotten away from that whole trauma-inducing disaster, and kind of figure themselves out. And they ended up joining a death cult to help them. It at least gave them a focus. But it was more because the idea that the class that I had found, it was like a soul, like Reaper kind of one. And it was like, oh well, I gotta go with that. So, he was dressed up kind of like some sort of like sci-fi Grim Reaper kind of thing, and it was fun. But we quickly learned that Path of War characters you should never put with normal characters. There was another character that was a Path of War character, but they weren't specifically combat built, and Omen is a combat character. He's sneaky too, but like he is built to fight. And yeah, I mean, maybe doing like, while everyone else was doing maybe 30 damage on a good turn, my character was doing 120 damage on a good turn. So there was like no reasonable way for the DM to balance things. And I was talking to him and it was like, this is not okay. Should I like switch classes or something? Cause like, I don't know what you're supposed to do about it. Hey, Happy New Year. Hope yours was good. You're doing parties or anything like that? Yeah, where was I? Yeah, but like the class was not at all okay with the rest of them, and he had to put different things in step to make sure that I could not instantly destroy the big boss that he wanted to show up. And like it was just it was fair. It was fair, but like it I wanted to switch characters. Not characters, but classes, because it wasn't fair at all to anyone. Because like if you run into somewhere and there's enemies and stuff, and one character is able to kill all of them, or a majority of them without any help from the rest of the party, something's wrong. Especially if they're meant to be a challenging fight. Because I had already killed a few bosses before we had gotten to a point where the campaign had ended. Because like we were trying to figure out where like some people had gone, and we had surmised that they'd gone in a certain direction. Oh, thanks for coming to the fire, Colby. We had surmised they had gone in a direction. We were figuring out our ways there, and one town along the way, which was where the party had originally started, there was something weird about it. There was like this purplish kind of glow to it, like around it and above it, where these giant rings spun. And we didn't know what the rings were. They were hundreds of feet in the air, but you know, they spun and spun and spun. But it had a purplish glow, and one of the party members got like a vision about it. That it was like this moth lady or something like that. But there wasn't much to really convey on it, so we didn't get anything to really gauge whether we should deal with it or not. So we just backed away from it and continued on our actual path that we were going along. Hands. There we go. And what am I thinking of? And we continued along, and we didn't encounter too many bad things. Like on one point, we were hiding out in a cave. We put up like a blanket to try and make it so people couldn't just look in on us, and we tried to like, you know, dust it and stuff with the sand of the area and try and make it look more camouflaged. And it worked for the most part, but there was this rumbling going on, and some of us woke up. I don't think I woke up. I don't think I did. I think it was one of the people who didn't initially wake up. But one of the people who did wake up, like, looked out, kind of like, and saw like these giant, like, it was a mix between like a Mad Max kind of look, but also sort of medievalish, like wooden wagons, but souped up like they were Mad Max cars, with being like pulled by nothing. And when my character eventually woke up, I had an ability where I could see things that were either like invisible or on the ethereal plane. And so I used that and got to see what was in front of the cart. And it was, if you took like a giant man, except for their shoulders and up, they, instead of having like a human's head, they had all these like writhing like tentacles and stuff like that, and they had like these mouths that were like gibbering on like very small places. And my character did not have a good time with that. They had to make a wisdom check to handle that, and I don't remember it going well. They didn't go like insane or anything like that, but they took like a boatload of like psychic damage from it, which you know, if I saw it in real life, I think that's fair to say, you know, just like, oh, maybe I'll turn off my ability to see invisible things. And one of the people on that caravan that was kind of like walking along, they were like dressed up like Mad Max, like, you know, full like covered like raider kind of stuff. And they lifted a little device and clicked, and it had like this like sound to it, and a little like bit of paper came out the front of it, and he's just like, oh, that's kind of weird. And so the person that had originally seen it, since my character wasn't looking out anymore and most of the rest of the party was just trying to stay hidden, and they looked out again after a while, and the person was standing right outside our like little cloth barrier and just handed them the little piece of like paper or whatever it might have been, and he looked at it, and it was a picture of the person who had been looking out at that character earlier, and so that would kind of surmise by that point that they just took a Polaroid picture of that character. Just like a little, it's just like a weird mix of different timelines. Because like the person who they gave it to was like, they were from like a fantasy type setting, so like cameras or guns or anything like that was out of their ballpark. I think that character was like a Roman-esque type looking time, because we did find. I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, oh. Munch? Can I munch? Okay. Yeah. But, we continued on. Oh, I'm gonna take a drink. I'm getting a bit of a slap in my mouth. Okay. But we continued after that, because they didn't try to mess with us. We didn't try to mess with them, because there were a lot more than them, of them. So I'm glad that we didn't try anything. There more I should be looking for? Oh, there. Yeah, we continued on and we got to like this snowy area and found another one of the camps, like the ones that the party had started in. And we were trying to figure out what it was about and stuff like that. And we found this map. We found a bunch of undead in the area. And the person that we were looking for, one of them was there, and was kind of like leading all of these undead, like a necromancer type, like a big necromancer kind of deal. And kind of looked around trying to figure out what our options were, what we should take for a course of actions. Totem, pattern totem levels together, sports together. Okay. Yeah, my character noticed a strange lady that was kind of hiding out on one of the opposite building roofs, and learn, and kind of with my character's knowledge, being like a death cult and stuff like that, that they were a psychopomp, which there's many different kinds of ones of those, but like sort of like arbiters of death. It's a weird thing, but they're just like, oh well, maybe we can do something about that. And they went in to I talked with them, if I remember, for like mental kind of communication. I don't think anything good came of it. I distinctly remember having to fight them. But we all said, because she destroyed pretty much the necromancer in like you'd like snap your fingers, and she had already killed the necromancer. They were like, alright, well, yeah, I think she turned to kill us next because of somebody in our party. And I don't remember who it was, but we did have to fight her, unfortunately. Which was a fight involving a lot of spiders. She was like this weird spider type lady. Oh, beast tribe quest unlocked. Nice. Where was I? Right. Yeah, she was. I hate spiders. Like little tiny small spiders and stuff like that. They freak me right out. So it wasn't a fight that I enjoyed. Having to fight all these giant spiders and swarms of little spiders and stuff like that. Not my favorite. Oh, I should queue up for something. Well, we eventually were able to deal with her, and we got her staff, which allowed us to summon spiders. But I don't think we ever actually ended up using it. Actually, no, I think we did once in a later fight, but I don't think it actually really amounted to too much. It was just kind of like, oh, neat. Where do we go from there? Oh, we checked up on one of the towers that were in that sort of town. Each one had these different towers. The one we had gone to before had like ones that went down below, and they had all these like collected gear and stuff like that. But this one didn't have that. It only went up, as you'd think a tower would do. And what's the thing at the top of it, after some checks to, identify it, it was an angel of sorts. Like a brash kind of like skin, flaming eyes, these bound up wings of light and stuff like that. And we talked with them and eventually decided to try and free them. And they were much more receptive to having us there. They didn't try to murder us. And we got information on like there's a lot of like corruption coming from like this like spot of woods that because most of the land was like a wasteland, and the part that we just got into was like snow. There was a spot of like lush forest that was completely out of place. We're just like, oh well, okay. And apparently there's like big war coming, and these entities were gonna arrive and try and wipe things out. Try and refresh the slate, I suppose. And just trying to figure out how to kind of like It's been a bit since we've played it, so I'm just trying to jog my memory on all the things. Because we had a whole campaign after that, and a campaign after that we're currently in. That it's a good span of time since then. But yeah, we decided to kind of like look around after freeing him, and he kind of went off. And we found a cliffside. Still looking for the other people that had gone missing. Like a sheer kind of ice cliff, and there was a tunnel that looked unnaturally made. Oh, I mean, yeah, no, yeah, I'm not great at retelling everything, but I'm trying. Yeah, we're at the cave. And instead of scaling down it, because that would have been dangerous, we went down the long way to get up to it, and that nobody got injured, anything like that. I think maybe somebody stumbled and took like a negligible amount of damage, but I'm not going the right way. But nothing bad happened along the way. And we went into the tunnel, and it was very particularly made. It was a smoothly made circle with little like grooves, like wavy, like small amounts of grooves in it. So it was a bit annoying to traverse, but we made it through it and found this giant machine at the end of it, which my character knew as older tech. It was like this giant a giant drill, but it was a vehicle as well. They were like boring through earth and all those kind of things. And we got inside. There was some alarms that ended up happening, but nothing serious. And the people that we found inside were giants. They were like these like frost-looking giants, but they weren't malicious or anything. They were just like just big people. And we ended up getting to not talk with them because we didn't have their language, but to kind of what's the word I'm looking for? For like trying to convey with just like gestures and like trying to, or like drawings and stuff like that, like kind of like a pictograph kind of thing, or yeah, I don't remember the other one, but you know, conveying it without actually speaking because we didn't have the language. But you know, they were friendly people. They're helping us. We helped them cook food so that everyone enjoyed it. But we ended up getting ambushed in the while we were like in the medical bay, kind of, because we found a gem that had the person we were looking for locked away in it, and they seemed just as confused as us about it. And we were trying to figure out what to do about it, and we kind of figured out that she was probably dead, like a spell had gone awry or something that normally would have protected her, and instead ended up killing her. She's just like, well, that's unfortunate. We don't have the means to like resurrect her or anything like that. We don't even know if it works in the place that we're in. Oh, I suppose that's pretty good context. So, we were essentially in hell. That's pretty much where we were, like this weird kind of hell area. But anyways, so most of the characters were dead. My character wasn't, since he intentionally went there, but every other character was believed to have died to get there. But anyways, that aside, we ended up getting attacked while trying to examine the sort of ice-encased form by these invisible stalkers, which are invisible assassins that are usually like sent out to kill and whatnot. But my character can see invisible things, so it was not as difficult as it should have been to deal with them. Another reason I felt my character was too strong. But yeah, it wasn't anything we could really do about that. So we just kind of left them. We took some supplies went to rest some of the wounds that people had taken and just the fatigue of it being late. And when we... Is there another thing I'm supposed to down here? Growing pains. But, oh, you, okay. Where was? Right, and we took a rest, and when we woke up, the people were missing, the big giants. We were just like, oh, that's kind of weird. But I kind of took the opportunity to take what was around, because we needed supplies, and kind of like look around outside and found one of them, only the upper right half of them kind of slumped against a rock with a giant broken machine with them, with all these like small metal casings littering the area. Essentially he had like a minigun, which my character was able to point out, but none of the other characters knew what that meant because they weren't from that kind of time period. And the other one wasn't anywhere in sight. Oh, no, wait, no. We did technically find him. We found his boot. So we knew they were dead. And we went back, gathered more of their supplies since they weren't going to use it anymore. And went out on our way. You know, we found the people we were looking for. One of them went crazy and died, and the other one died from miscasting a spell. And on our way back, I'm gonna take a drink quick. Alright. And on our way back, we saw another psychopath moving about. This guy who had pretty much a... what's the word for it? A giant tombstone as a weapon, and he also had these tombstones that were like circling slowly around him. It was like a kind of a penance kind of thing. He had to kill certain individuals before he could, and each one would break one of the tombstones. So he'd had to kill each of those people to break the tombstone so that he could be released from his service. So naturally, I snuck up behind him and stole a special dagger off of him, and he was none the wiser. It wasn't super helpful. I didn't use daggers, I was using a scythe at the time. Or did I get the other weapon yet? No, I think I was still using the scythe. Yeah, I was using the scythe still. Which, scythes are disgusting if you can get the crit for them, because they do ×4, so it's whatever your damage is, then you just get massive. But yeah, still him, none the wiser, kept on going. The purple town was still purple, and we still had an unnatural feel towards it. And I think it even like had this like bubble that was sort of formed over it, like a magical, kind of like shieldy wall kind of thing. And we're just like, all right, well, we're not touching that. Oh. And we continued on. And we found... What was it? What was it called? We found that wagon caravan from earlier with the weird, horrible creature that was leading it stuff. And they had it locked up, and I wanted to know what it was. Where am I? Oh, this is... Right. I decided to sneak in to get a view at what they were actually had, like, in their wagon and stuff. And I ended up finding another type of psychopomp in there. And it was in pain. They were doing something about it to like transform it into something else. Like it had weird like parasite on its back. And if I took it off, it would have killed it anyways. So, we're trying to converse with it, not thinking much. I just sort of mercy killed it, and rather than let all these weird like jars that they were like harvesting and using to change other people, I just set it up so that things would burst into flames. Which one of the players got jealous about. One of their characters got jealous because they're the ones who usually does the exploding and stuff and things. They had bombs and stuff like that because they were an alchemist. But was able to blow that place up and sneak away, and the people that at the caravan were confused and whatnot, and alarmed and the like. But considering what they were doing, it was fine. Well, it was fine from my character's perspective. And we continued on. And there was we got to a lake that we had passed on the way there that had a strange kind of like almost healing property to it, depending on who you were. Some people it hurt, others it helped. Most of us it helped, but one person who had this affliction going on where they were slowly kind of becoming like demonic, it hurt them. So we found out that the water was likely blessed in some manner, and our shaman got like this, I think if it was a turtle or like a fish or something, I think it was a turtle, and had it swim on down, figure out what was going on down there. And we found an angel that was locked up. I have no recollection on how we actually freed them. None at all. But I do remember that we did actually manage to free them. And oh, hold on. Being interrupted. Yeah, but we freed her. She was pretty much like an angel general that was imprisoned away, and she had a bit of corruption to her, but you know, she's an angel. She's, what am I doing here? I don't know. Right. And we set it against the invisible creature that was on the cart from before, because it got let loose. But apparently it was like a challenge rating like 30 something, and it was able to, the angel was able to defeat them because they had a bow that could instant kill things. But apparently after some off-screen rolls for the GM, the angel was able to kill the horrible monster. And we booked it after we had set off whatever our plan was, I can't remember, to free that. She came rocketing towards us and kind of targeting our demonically sort of changing party member. Ooh, okay. Nope, please. Alright. You know, 'cause she's an angel. She's sworn to destroy all like demons and devils and stuff like that. Ooh, more AoEs. Oh, that's a lot of... but we were able to talk her down, and instead she, in quotations, cleansed her. So she wasn't becoming demonic anymore, but she was definitely in some sort of servitude to an angel now, which isn't actually better. But she was at least cured in that manner. And she wasn't gonna be absolutely destroyed without any real resistance that we could have done by an angel. So we were able to get back to town after that. And there was a fire outside of town, like late in the night. After we had, you know, like spent like a day or so in town. So we, you know, went to go investigate it. It was like an ill portent, something like that. Bad omens, whatnot. And when we got there, we found a person that looked like one of our party members, but an older, grizzled war veteran type that was wearing like Roman type style armor. He was the person who had like the photograph taken of them from earlier. It was like a different version of them. We weren't sure if it was a real version or what, but they were there to kill to try and lure in and kill the false, in quotations, version of the character. We had to do something about it, and we had all these traps set and everything, but my character could teleport, so I teleported over them. Other people were able to get through, but not everyone. Some people had to make their own kind of weird ways to get into this like enclosed arena that was made. And we were able to kill him. He had this like giant egg near him. Like, I mean like massive, like person-sized like egg. And we weren't sure what to do about it. Whether we were supposed to destroy it or whatnot. And we settled on, right, maybe destroy it. And the alchemist. No, I just didn't want to eat it. They're way too big for that. It was also like really hard. Like breaking like steel, like with your bare hands, kind of hard. So we had the alchemist set up every single bomb that he had to blow it up. He had a mishap when setting all those bombs up, and they detonated early in front of him. But the shield that was activating the egg, apparently, took the brunt of the damage. So he actually ended up living, thankfully. But whatever was in the egg kind of got released. And so we had this very tense moment of, do we fight what comes out of this? Do we try and talk? Alright. And it was this very tall man with like maybe had blackened wings and kind of this wicked looking halberd, and it is a very intense man that shows up in a lot of baddies campaigns, though different variations of him. And my character acknowledged him as another sort of psychopath, kind of like member of his order. So a bit conflicted on what to do there. But was able to kind of like talk him into not trying to fight us. Because it would have been a rough one if we did. Because he was a lot higher in level than us. But I talked him into giving us assistance instead. So he gave my character his halberd, and then went off to go do his duty elsewhere. Halberd was okay. I think it had some neat properties to it, but it didn't have types for crit of amazing doom that the scythe has, but I still went with it. It was alright. You know, magical weapons and whatnot. So after that whole weird event, we went back into town, and we started noticing little birds flying around. Like kind of like keeping an eye on us. And they were speaking in the language of psychopaths. So I was able to kind of like eavesdrop on them and relay kind of like to the party what was going on, what they were saying. And they were pretty much spying. We didn't get a lot of information out of it, but they were pretty much spying on us for some what's the word I'm looking for? Not gonna come to me now. Hold on. Give me a moment. Gotta restart the mode of the engines in my brain. Damn, words just not coming to me. It had something to do with they were gonna like activate it, trying to like destroy the town, and it had something to do with the with the giant like circle that were above the different towns. And so with some teamwork, with my character's jump and temporary flight and teleporting, and some other characters' ability to like slow people's descents and the like, and to boost speed, which helped me get where I needed to be faster. I was able to get on top of the large sky donut, pretty much, and try and get a better hearing for what was going on. I don't remember learning anything important out of it, but the giant sky donut did activate and started glowing and started raining like whole like hurricane like downpour in like the town below. Like I got down because it's very slippery out there and whatnot, and they helped me make sure I didn't just die from falling. And when when we got down there, we were like, it was flooding. The town was flooding. We had to start just quickly evacuating everyone, and we were able to do that. You know, from what we could tell. And we got them closer to the woods. It was weird, like corruption woods. But they were at least out of the rain. And when the rain eventually did stop... Ow. Oh. Okay. There's something with that. It's been a while since I've done this. Oh, hello. But, where was I? Yeah, we went back in town and tried to figure out, like, what was salvageable, if we should be able to go back or not, and it was just, the place was a wreck. There was no way we were gonna be able to rebuild in that town, not without an insane amount of effort. And so we just sort of gathered everyone outside town, and got them into the barest minimum of the woods, just recuperate, kind of process what's going on. And one of the we had kind of over the course of the game, we're trying to figure out if there was a way to help people from being like, everyone was dead technically, like we were all in hell, so we figured out ways to like kind of help that. And since we didn't have too much to do other than just kind of be there and you know, make sure everybody was safe, we were just kind of like looking over people, figuring out if things were okay. We were figuring out that there were some people that were acting weird, and so when we went to go like investigate them, one of them actually ended up attacking of the weird group that we'd kind of collected, and when they died, they didn't have blood in them or anything like that. They didn't have blood in them. They were like pretty much like porcelain dolls, kind of, I guess. They were just like hollow inside with like these weird like different, like you could see their like like the veins in their arm, but there was nothing else. You could see like a pulse through it, like a heartbeat. You're just like, well, that's not normal. And we tried to cure one with like curing disease and dispelling magic and stuff like that. And the person we used it on just died. They died. They stopped being functional in any capacity. It didn't fix them being hollow inside or anything like that. It just took away. It just, something about it was their only source of living. It'll be right back quickly. I just really need to use the restroom. And I'll continue this story once I get back. I'm back. Let me just get situated. Alright. Thank you. Alright, yeah, yeah. Alright, alright. Where was I? Oh right, yeah. So like trying to cure these people of this affliction, and they ended up just dying. And my character Omen ended up finding out that they actually, because I decided, well, I mean, if these people are hollow inside, I gotta better make sure I'm not. I just took my dagger and just gave a little bit of a poke, and it chipped away. It didn't scratch and bleed. No, it chipped, and found out that my character was also hollow inside, which probably not good for your health. Dance for him. And so my character became kind of like, he was worried, didn't want to tell everyone, and kind of just secluded himself a little bit, not far away from everybody, but enough that he kind of like felt safe, you know, like staying in a tree and stuff. And we eventually, the rest of the party, talked with the elves of the forest, of this forest, and my old character was also there, since they were running the town, but the town was destroyed, so they were with the party again. But wow, my hand is not like that. Okay, you want me to dance for you again? Okay. And we got permission to go into the forest, into like the more central area that the party had been in once before, but that was one of my old characters with the group. To see the kind of root guy that was there, and to give a bit of a shelter for a moment. Because we had a bunch of people. We had a whole town that no longer had a town to actually stay in. They needed somewhere to be. So we brought them there. And went down to talk with the guy at the root, see if it was okay. And, you know, he was like, alright, well, sure, but they gotta hold their weight and whatnot. They gotta actually help out. And just like, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. And so, when we went back up, my old character, who's named Casey, she was more or less the leader of the town, like the sheriff and whatnot. She was giving a talk to everyone to try and you know, let everyone aware of the situation, what needed to happen, that, well, things weren't great, you know, they could be worse, and that this is, at least for the time being, a safe spot. And while that was going on, my character and Omen and the other people who are hollow knocked down into the tree to go talk with the root guy, and a bunch of the party snuck in to follow because somebody did notice. So it took them a bit because they waited until after the speech. So I was talking to the root guy, and like on the way down, my character was like distracted with like just kind of like seeing things, like these different like just words and stuff that were just kind of kept popping into his head, and just trying to like tiptoe around what the root guy kind of like knew about the area. And it was some stuff, you know, like it's a strange land. He's been trying to grow and stuff. There's been a corruption in the woods. There's been a large swamp that's been developing on one side of stuff. It was interesting stuff, but nothing that really answered any of the questions. And it was showing him about the affliction that was on him and the other people that he was with, the Halloweeness. You know, he's like, oh, that's pretty weird. Doesn't seem too familiar to me. And he was given like theories of what it was. And the rest of the party came down and pretty much asked questions to figure out what questions I just asked, which was a bit redundant, but whatever. Oh, sorry. The cat was doing something weird. And so before the party could kind of like drag me away to stop pestering the root guy, I decided to ask him if he knew anything about the words that kind of kept popping in my head, and he said them, and he went like, he was confused and then went wide-eyed and like looked away, and like the corners of everyone's vision started to get like staticky, and then like more and more and more until there was nothing but static. And we all woke up in a hospital bed. Like a modern-ish kind of like looking one. We were all one person, we had terrible like muscle atrophy and stuff, and we pulled off like visor that was on our head that said the name of the campaign on it as like a video game that we pretty much had been playing, and we were in the body of the root guy we were talking to before. He was still in control, but we had our own strings and our own voices to pester him with. Ooh, good and bad. We spoke in Russian, and like we were horribly sick. We had this spore type infection that was in our lungs, and it was in the lungs of a lot of people, because we were questioning what he knew about it. We learned that his name was Will. Did I just miss what I was actually looking for? Yeah, I did. And he was as confused about why we were there as we were. But we kind of played along for the moment, and trying to figure out what was going on. Excuse me. Oh, hi. Come to say hello. Hi. We were wandering around this, like, advanced hospital that we were in. All these doors were numbered and, like... Katie, I can't see. You're kind of in the way of the screen. Hey. Hey. Come on. Hey. Alright, there she goes. Alright. She likes to climb up in front of my monitor. Anyways. We... trying to figure out what was going on. We were kind of like... missing him to look throughout the place and stuff like that. Yeah, typical cat. She loves to get in the way. That very, very lovable cat, though. Very pretty eyes. Where was I? Right. We found like a custodian or a caretaker, kind of like nurse kind of guy. He had like a pistol on his side, but he was there to, you know, help Will along, and so we were kind of like getting Will to probe questions about what was going on. Some of them he seemed like they were fair questions. Other ones it was just like, oh, you should already know these things. Alright, look up. No, I can't. Alright. Oh, there's another quest here. And wait, I'm level 60. I think I might be able to go back and... Oh. No, this is the new convenient spot. Kitty cat, no. Hey. Alright, one second. I think she wants out of the room. I have the door closed at the moment. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Gotta untangle myself from my cords. I suppose that's fair, but it would be easier to have one. Alright, one moment. Okay, I'm back. Let me just get resituated again. Okay. That. Hands. Right. Oop, oop, oop. Alright. So, yeah, we learned that we were in a pretty much Earth that was post-apocalyptic. A meteor had come down. At least people believe that is what happened. Like a meteor come down and brought a spore. Other people have other theories and stuff like that as well. But a meteor had come and brought this spore that just that changed a lot of things. In people, it would sort of develop inside of them and faster, and it had different effects. It wasn't always the same for everyone, but for the people that like Will, it was more or less a death sentence. Like it would be like a one day, like he just wouldn't be able to function, and he would become more or less just like a zombie. It was if you breathe like the spore in, then you're contaminated. It was a very dangerous time. Not that living in literal hell was any safer, but you know. Where did I need to go? Over here. And this game system, because we switched game systems, or we're going to switch game systems from Pathfinder, this new campaign, which was a system called the Genesis, which is a neat system. But like, the entire world was covered in overgrown plants that had changed, and creatures that had changed, and all these different things to become, you know, like megafauna and that kind of stuff. But we were still just, you know, all stuck in Will. The facility that we ended up going led back to the room, and kind of had a little bit of a time skip. And when we came back to it, kind of alerted Will to get up and hide behind the door, as we heard a gunshot. Like several gunshots happened. And like a little bit of pass and several gunshots like in the room next door happened. You're just like, oh, well that's not good. And so we got him to use his training and pulled from my character, since my character is very combat heavy, to kind of assist him in fighting off this this soldier that like barged into the room. And we were able to take him down and get his gun and his like radio that he had. But what we heard over the radio, Will was able to point out that it was the people on it were speaking German. So they weren't the people we were speaking to before. We kind of tentatively left the room, trying to figure out where we needed to go. The rooms that the guy had gone to before there were other people in like hospital beds, the same as Will had been when we first woke up, with the same kind of like headset and stuff like that on. Though they were very much dead now because the guy had come through. We ended up meeting with the like nurse custodian guy from earlier. When we got to the elevator, we were able to get to him. And we both took the elevator up. And the DM's like, alright, so where are you positioned in the elevator? And we're just like, this is an important question. How about we stand like off to the side near like the buttons at the other side, you know, not in the middle of the doorway. And we did that. And when the door opened up to the like armory type level, a ripping of an insane amount of bullets came through, as the Russians at the armory had a minigun set up. Which, you know, if you're being attacked, that's fair. But we got them to stop with the custodian guy's help. Got into some safety. There was a few other people that were like Will, in various states of their infection. But they also had like nurses and stuff with them, people who had brought them here for safety. And so we managed to continue looking into things. They were being attacked by the Borshka, I believe is what they were called in it. And they were like, they were Germans, and I didn't see the same kind of eye to eye, and it was things that we weren't really privy to, that we didn't have any grounding on, but there was apparently more than just this incident that was kind of leading up to it. So we went down to check on the like main server computer level with the custodian type guy, and when we got down there, this room that was kept very cold, that had these massive amounts of servers and servers and servers and servers to run all these versions of this adapting kind of intelligent mind that was growing off of what people would do in this game. What am I trying to do here? Looking for herbs? Okay. And we started looking around, trying to figure out what we could do down there. And there was this console that had a sort of similar like headset thingy that we had woken up in as well, you know, to go into the game, but it was it looked more direct. But before we could jump into it, the elevator chimed, and our custodian went over to check it, and he got shot by a heavily armored like Borshka guy that had come in, and so we had to help Will kind of like sneak around to make sure he didn't die, and most likely ourselves killed as well. And what's the we did manage to get him both with Will's training, because he was, what was the word for it? I think it was like a sleeper or a cipher, something. But he was this very tech-heavy kind of like assassin that was really good at using knowledge to his advantage. So like he was very routine with kind of like structuring things to get things done, very efficient. And with my character's, you know, traits Adigan, we were able to shoot the guy so that he was injured and we had something to kind of go off of, to have some sort of balance, because Will was not a strong man. I mean, he'd been living in a bed for who knows how long. Did I not grab that thing? But so he had like terrible muscle atrophy and the like. Oh yeah, apparently I didn't. And so like when the soldier ended up getting close to us, like getting into combat, it was just like, well, what do you want to try and do? And we ended up taking his knife and very pointedly getting it between his armor. Luckily enough, Will was not killed. And we were able to head back to the console and try and get some answers from the computer on what was going on. And when we got there, we went into almost like a dream state, I suppose, where we pulled off the helmet again after not too much was going on. There it is. And like, you know, more of a Russian people. I forget what their name is. It's been a bit since we've had to deal with them. But they came in and were just like, yes, it's all safe now, it's all good. And we tried to kind of like explain what was happening, and they're just like, alright, just like come with us and whatnot. And we got this feeling of dread kind of that came over us, like as things were not going to go right if we kind of stayed with the people in this elevator. And when the elevator opened, there were people in like protective suits, like hazmat type suits, or like you know, just like coveralls to make sure that they don't catch anything. And they tried to like seize hold of us, and we were able to get out of their grasp and run down the hall. And the room started to look more and more bleak. Like it was like drag marks where people had been like bleeding and pulled along, and it looked more and more grim as we progressed. And we decided to kind of like dash ourselves into one of the rooms, which I don't know if that was a good idea or not. I should sort of not click through that. The room was barren, pretty much, and it was dimly lit in there, and it felt like an entirely it felt like entirely out of place. Like it didn't feel like the same place we had just run through. And when we tried to go back out the door, there was this shape that this like presence that we could feel, and it came through this like formless entity and stabbed into Will, and that's when we got pulled out of the sort of dream in the console that we were standing in front of from down in the server room, like sparked and broke and stuff like that. And we took that as like, okay, Will, maybe the computer's telling you that you're definitely gonna die here. Why don't we get you out of here? And the group was split on if that was the right thing to do or not. But the majority of us was for fleeing. And we were able to exit the facility that we were in via the elevator, which leads right outside. You can only access from the elevator or from the top of the mountain that we were apparently in. And the people out there, everyone was wearing masks to protect themselves against the spores and stuff, the infectious spores. So we were like, okay, well, we gotta get a mask then. And we're already infected, but we don't want to seem out of place. So we swiped the mask, put that on, and started walking around, trying to figure out what to do. Where am I supposed to be going? We managed to get some equipment because he was he was well known from before, so we kind of traded some of the gear we had taken off of the Borshka guy that had come through. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the Borshka that they were. So we sold some of that to get actual gear, so Will could survive out there on his own. And so he decided, oh, actually, there's more I had to do it back here. We had him go out to meet some people that he was wondering if they were still there. Some friends of his from before that had like a sort of route that they took about this time of year, so he's hoping that he hadn't missed them. And when he got there, he saw these people that were known as judges, who, kind of like distribute law and whatnot. But they had like these cybernetic implantments in them. And they had his friends with like bags over their heads, and in a kind of like an execution type situation. And one of them ended up dying. They were gonna be a character that was gonna be a player that was gonna be joining us, but they ended up not being able to due to like schedule changes and stuff like that. So they got killed off instead. But Will, using his training, was able to using an assault rifle that he had, take out the judges. And he went over and he, unbagged their heads and stuff like that. And it was a very assortment of people. They all seemed to know Will. Will started to have like this tightness in his chest, and like he felt like he couldn't breathe and whatnot. And he pulled his mask off, and everyone backed up. And like Will was, unsure. He was not feeling great at all. And like looked down at his mask, and right where like he would be breathing, it was a heavy coating of the spore. And like he raised his hand up and could feel it like on the edges of his mouth and stuff like that. And he blacked out, and we all woke up as the people that Will had just saved. In front of Will right there, as Will just collapsed. And we are all our characters, but human versions of them. So like Whitaker, who was or Chirp, who was his buff bird in the Pathfinder game. A barbarian that like punched and used his talons and his beak and stuff like that, was a strong beefy guy that had he was an albino bird, so his character was ended up being albino as human as well. And my character Omen was this far-off land character from a faction known as the Anubian. So he was, while everyone else was a what was it? Well, I don't remember the name of the place, but it's the general area that are from. Well, everyone was from there. Mine was from it was off from like Africa and stuff. And he was from a group known as the Anubians. And since my character was the only one that was like died in the Pathfinder game at the end, and kind of came into hell on his own accord, on his own kind of like mission, not just like dying. While everybody else was their new character, but they had memories of their old, of like being in the game, like little snips and stuff like that. So like everyone was like a bit weird and whatnot. My character Omen was the catfolk character from the Pathfinder game in Hell, but with little snippets of memory from this whole new world, this whole new body that was in, which was, you know, a different but similar person. So he was not having a good time anymore. But like everyone else was able to like kind of like just kind of like go with the flow. My character kind of had a bit of a breakdown. Since his, you know, his entire world just got potentially shown as being alive, like his entire life. Because if this new place was the real one, then everything from before wasn't actually real and was just a creation of that game and whatnot. But if this new thing was real, then Will, who in front of us just had a heart attack from the spore, was the only means of getting back in from what he knew, and well, he wasn't conscious anymore. It was just like, which one's real? Can you even get back and stuff like that? And one person of the party, which was Whitaker, the big buff albino guy, he was concerned for my character, but everyone else sort of, even though we were all supposed to be friends, they kind of like bullied him on it. They're very mean about it. Like they were just like name calling him and stuff like that, just like out of the straight out of it. Just like nah, he's don't need to care. I don't really care about him or anything like that. It's nothing important. It's just like, and like they kept doing it, and we got like back to the place Will had come from to try and get aid for him, and the people who had run the place like came out. They detected the spore and stuff, so they, you know, figured out what it was, and they noticed it was Will, one of the people who was supposed to be in there, and so they took him away trying to help him. And we're all kind of sitting on our asses, kind of slowly figure things out in our own way. I ended up going to the, a little while later, going to the sort of like door of the elevator that led into the facility that Will was taken to, and trying to figure out how he was doing. And they were just like, that guy, yeah, he's dead. It's just like, and they gave us his effects, which were like some pictures and some strange items and whatnot that we didn't really have much clue into at the moment. But you know, we just kind of had to like take that in. Just like, well, now definitely don't have any connection to get back into that game kind of area to where something that to get back into something that might not even be real. And so I kind of like went out and trying to figure out more about the little bits of memory that my character had of this new life that he was in, which turned up some answers. And Whitaker was grind through it, trying to be supportive as much as he could, but against an entire party that was more or less against him. Instead of having him doing something stupid that would have been harmful to the group most likely, I decided to have him go out to just kind of like get away from the situation, just figure himself out as much as he could on his own instead of in that situation, because he'd been in bad situations before, so he didn't want to have to go through that again. So I had to come in as a new character, and the like shitty thing about it is like going through the game with the characters and everything like that, there was a lot of tie-ins that would have been for the character Omen that the party couldn't act on much. They knew, like, oh well, that would have been good to have him here around for, but there wasn't anything they could really do about it, because, you know, he didn't want to be around it anymore. Like one of Will's pictures had Omen in it. It was timestamped in like Africa, and he was around. It was like, and they also had one of him where he was like graffitiing a symbol on a wall. Yeah. But he'll probably show up if we pick up the campaign again. But yeah, if they're just, you know, if they come back and after, you know, all that and, you know, trying to deal with things, they're still dicks to him. He's not going to join them. He doesn't want to be part of that. You know, he's got memories of all these people as different people, like, as their Pathfinder counterparts that are like ghostly illusions of who they are now, but like you're still friends with them. But yeah, that's my character Omen's games so far that he's been in. I hope I get to play him again, but I'm just gonna take a drink quick. The next character I came in as since Omen left was with a small, white-haired, like, more or less a bard, but they were like an inventive bard, I suppose. Like they liked making things, but they also liked playing music. But music didn't give any actual like, buffs or anything. It's not like like the Dungeons and Dragons one where they can like drum a tune and give people like inspiration or like cast spells and stuff like that. It was just they were traveling lore keeper more or less. But they were not as accustomed to death and the like as most, unlike most D&D characters. So like, while most of the party was okay with just killing people, I was playing a voice of, I guess, reason now to try and make it so they aren't just deranged murder hobos at points in time. Like instead of killing somebody, we could bring them back. Like if like the first mission that we did together was a bounty contract, and instead of just killing the guy that we came to get the bounty for, we were able to, talk him down from because he was outnumbered from the situation, and we're able to get him to surrender. It was a better solution than just murdering the guy. And not long after we did that, we found the stash that guy had, because he was doing like he was being like a highwayman, like robbing caravans and stuff. And we got to where his stash was, and there was a capsule there. Well, yeah. I mean, as there's another tale. I don't think we'll tell that one right now. Where was I? Yeah, we found this like capsule that had like a screen on it. It was like a box, like I guess like a refrigerator. It was about the size of a refrigerator. Hey, Steve. It's about the size of a refrigerator, and there was somebody inside of it that was like, we saw like their hand place against it, and we had to figure out how to get it open. It was like partially in the water, and we were able to, with strong man, able to pull it out and open it up to release this person. And they looked like another albino, which was weird, but there was definitely something different about them. They couldn't speak our language. We did later pointed out to be in what is it? I think it was like Hebrew or something. But I skipped this time. We were able to like, assure her that we were friends, but she was completely naked. And everyone was just sort of like, just like, oh, well, okay. My character averted, like their eyes, because apparently my character was the only one with some amount of decency, I guess, towards people, and gave them a coat so that they could at least be somewhat covered. And they kept trying to tell us something, but we couldn't speak their language. And my character, they had a notebook and stuff that they would keep notes in, or they would draw in and stuff like that, just things to pass the time. And so we started playing like pictograph, more or less, just drawing some pictures to try and get information across. And we did find out as well through that Morse code would also work for communication, but sometimes the pictures were easier. And instead of like drawing how you might like think about it, she drew more like a printer. Like she'd go left to right, like for each little bit, like as if like photocopying it onto it, instead of either like making shapes or sketching like lines and stuff like that. It was just like, oh well, it still works, but never seen that before. And we eventually learned that she's from a time before our time. We can carry on for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. When there's a battle we fought, I'll be there. And Frank, I'll see this isn't my fight, but I'll do what I must. Yeah, the Empire seems to be kind of rude, so... Hands. Where was I? Yeah, she's from a time before. Like, she was put in that capsule to be reawakened later. And she's apparently supposed to be more of like a leadery type, like charismatic and the like. And she apparently was missing part of the contraption that she had awoken in. It was supposed to be like a cradle that it went with, that was supposed to outfit her. So we went back to the area that the guy was robbing caravans and stuff like that, and the wagon that was blown out off the side of the road, checking that, we did end up finding it, and she stepped onto it and scanned it, and it took like some of her blood and stuff like that, and that seemed to authenticate who she was. And she took off the coat, so she was naked again, which again, my character's the one who actually looked away. And it like printed an outfit onto her, more or less, and gave her this really advanced like needle gun. Like it shot flechettes, so these little needles that very dangerous. And she looked like she was wearing like a sci-fi business suit, I guess. But if that sci-fi business suit was as useful as Kevlar plates and stuff like that. So it was much more advanced than any of our characters had really seen or experienced. And we were slowly trying to, help her learn like our language, which with who she was, it ended up being actually an easier thing than we were expecting. Like, she was starting to understand, like, very small sentences after just a day. After 2, she could actually speak some small sentences, and I think by like 5 days in, she was full on speaking with us. Where am I going anyways? Are you back there? Okay. I think I can teleport there. There we go. We learned that she is... Oh, now the name's not gonna come to me. What was the name? Courtney would probably remember it. Oh yeah. The Will wasn't what a sleeper. I don't remember what his classification was called as, but what this lady was that we now had accompanying us, she was called a sleeper. And they were advanced, like, android people that were like, they were like part human. Like, they had this weird, like, advanced blood that could, like, heal in like mortal wounds and stuff like that. And the after like a few days, we were easily finding out that, like, she was like insanely strong, like crushed steel in her hands levels of strong. And like in Whitaker, who's our athletic boy, our super athletic strong man, he was a quick dude, but she was even faster than him. And so, you know, we had like this android super soldier with us, more or less. But we were like trying to teach her about the world in like some of our party, the less morally hindered individuals. We're teaching her things that maybe she didn't need to exactly know. You know, I mean, certainly taught her how to wear a random string of Russian expletives. That was one of them. So at random points, if she was annoyed, she'd yell a random string of Russian expletives, either in her own voice or in the voice of the character who had said it. So it was just like, oh, that's... we learned that her name, she had like a serial number on her arm, but she, her, like, I guess it meant something more than just her name. Like, it was a classification, but her name was Soba. And as the days went on, her sort of the like newborn, I guess, like android status sort of like slowly kind of like went away and kind of came into its full power slowly. So like her skin became practically bulletproof over time. Oh, do I not have the thing for this? I need to level up once. Wait, duty finder. And there was It was one point where there was these people that she saw as her enemy, and she wanted to go and kill them. And by all means, she may very well have been able to kill all of them, but excuse me. These people that were known as the Envoy, and they're like very tech-rich people that try to kill sleepers, seeing them as like a threat and such. And you know, she could be a threat, but she hasn't been to us or anything. And what's the word I'm looking for? My character it didn't want her to just go out and murder an entire group of people, because that's it's pretty rough. You know, I mean, she'd only woken up I think like 5 days ago at that point. So it's like, you know, 5 days old from being entombed, not really knowing what's going on, and he wants to murder these people. It's just like, maybe just wait on that. At the moment, figure things out. There is the sea flowers. I don't need these now. And oh, maybe I can which she wasn't the biggest fan of, but she did sort of accept that kind of like worry over time. And so we kind of avoided them, and they ended up getting attacked anyways, not by us though, but by a entity known as a Pharaohmancer, which are like, if you took a person and more or less made like a beehive out of their head. So like they were horribly misshapen, but they had a way to control insects and like whether for good or, you know, for attacking or whatever the cause may be. And they use like this this spore infused like sap, I suppose, to do that. And so that had come and took out a good few of them before they managed to actually kill it. I tried to do quotations, but it didn't really want to work there. Kill it? No. So like it didn't stay dead permanently. It eventually got back up and wandered off. But it certainly gave them a spook. And where did we go after that? Oh yeah, we went to the edge of the water, since a lot of the area was broken up by this river that ran through. We were in Europe, about in the area of France. You know, somewhere in that area. And so we had to get a way across to go to another town that was on there. Because we were trying to figure out where some packages were supposed to be delivered to, and we were hunting a woman who had a bounty on her head. She was known as the Widow, I think. And she had killed some people, so we were trying to find her. There was some like weird disappearances and stuff around her, and like so we had to cross the river, and we had to find a boat to do such. And we did end up finding one in a boathouse that's near the water. But there was a weird, like an electrified kind of feeling, or like an unease when we were near the boathouse. We were trying to figure out what it was, and one of the party members ended up finding out that there was a like false panel in the floor that had like a hatch under it, and we were able to force it open. And going inside of it, there was like this whole like little like lab setup, and there was this like crazed professor down there. He was harmless to us at the moment, and he wasn't harmful to us in the end, but I don't know if I'd call him harmless entirely. He was trying to find out ways to eliminate the spore and the like, which, you know, noble cause, but a rather difficult one. Ooh, mushrooms. And he had this whole, like, weird, like, gravity kind of electrical induced, like, molten ball that was going on. And apparently it took away the spore in that area that it was in, which is good to know. He wanted us to go way off the map to one of these pyramids that had been constructed. You know, we didn't know much about them, but the pyramids apparently had a large area around them where spore just, it wouldn't grow anywhere near it, it wouldn't come near it, it would just die out. And he told us that it was because there was like silver in the air. So if you did have to, so if anybody who was gonna go there would need very particular types of filtration for their gas masks, so that they wouldn't, you know, get like silver poisoning. But apparently it would have been an entirely different experience, but it was so far and it went through some very dangerous territory that we were just not ready for, so we had to turn it down for the moment. So he let us use the boat. No, I don't want to do a fate right now. And we were able to get across the water. We had to take multiple trips since it just couldn't support everyone. I mean, we were a party of me, Whitaker, Grigor, Ash, who was the other one? Can't remember his name. I know the person's name, and the name's probably gonna come back to me once I just like gloss over it. But no, it's not gonna come to me now. But we had 5 players, and we had Sobu. So 5 players and NPC. So we had to take turns going across. And Sobu, like, I was able to go across with her, but not many people were able to. I think it was me, my character, and Gregor, since we were both the shorter people of the group. We were just lighter in weight. And Sobu, if she fell on you, you would either die or break something. Because she was very, very heavy. Because she was made up of, there was metal in her structure and everything like that. But yeah, we were able to get across and get to this town, and it was apparently some disappearances that have been going on in the town. And after some investigation, we kind of surmised that it might have been from the widow, but you're never able to get anything concrete on that. We did, however, manage to figure out how I need my buddy. I believe healed me. Oh, I think I just swapped my... Yeah, I did. How do I change that? Where'd the thing go now? Okay, there we go. Doop doop. Alright. Well, just in time for me to die. Okay. Okay. But yeah, we were able to get some leads on a caravan she might have jumped onto to go. It was either north along a caravan or south along the river, and we chose to go north since it seemed more likely, less. It was more out of the way, less populated, which, you know, probably better for somebody who's on the run. I need to teleport. Yeah, we were able to follow up that way. We did stay a night in the town, and it was filled with the maximum amount of spookiness. Oh, this is not the right area. Like, we had all these unsettling feelings on how everything was going, like just a general sense of unease, and like a man came by our window and like put a hand on it, and it was kind of like you could just see the silhouette of them looking through, and they kind of then continued on, and like we had a radio that was sort of crackling with life, kind of like a life of its own. But we were able to, with both our own kind of just ability to try and calm ourselves, and also one of the characters making a sort of like stimulant to kind of like depress like our worries and, you know, like whatnot. That seemed to help, since Ubu was apparently like emitting her own worries as well, which was making us all more on edge. How she was doing that, I still don't know, but it happened it happened later in the campaign as well. How far am I from? Not terribly far. But yeah, like the next day, everyone was waking up and whatnot. One of the players went out to figure out, like, if anything weird had happened. And apparently somebody had died in the showers the previous night. Not sure by what or whatnot, didn't hear anything, but they just kind of found him in there. And they had told them about somebody like coming by and, you know, like looking in on our window, and they looked at us in confusion, And just like, what window? And just like, you know, like gestured to it and just like, that's not a window, sir. That's a light panel. It's like, And a person walked through there? So we packed up as quick as we could and left. Because we already had enough on our plate than to, you know, start dealing with ghosts and whatnot. And we made our way north. And we ended up finding all these, what's the word for it? We ended up finding like these giant dead fish along the water. Like their scales were like as hard as like and as heavy as like blocks of sandstone. But these things washed up dead, and are sort of like doctor, mad scientist type character. Went over and, you know, started inspecting it along with, I think Ash, our other kind of doctor, a more like pharmaceutical type doctor, was looking into it, you know, trying to carve it open, which was its whole ordeal. But they found a hand attached to this like secure case, and upon getting it open, we found out it was actually, I don't actually think they got it open. I think it was just some signs that they could find out in like how it's laid out and the like, but there was it had some sort of radioactive material in it, and there was even some documents that were there as well with it. That were on like how to make a nuclear reactor. How? And he kind of snuck those away. We didn't know about that. We decided to hide the case and bury it for the time being, so we could maybe find somebody who actually knew what to do with it, because we didn't have the capacity to actually do anything about radioactive materials. Where was I? Yeah, we didn't have any means to actually deal with that, so we kind of hid it so people wouldn't just like stumble across it and hurt themselves, and made our way. We ended up coming across some people in the night because we camped before the long trek through the woods, and we ended up talking with some of the folks that were there, and they were apparently hunters of these Orbeez, which are these like Ow. I'd like to get to the purple, please. Oh. You okay? Can't even see this corner. Where was I? Yeah, we talked to them and they said that like sharp noises and stuff should keep the spore beasts away from us so that we'll be safe. So they gave us a harmonica. Apparently they had multiples of those to deal with that kind of thing. It's like, okay, I guess we'll do that then. So when we got out into the woods and what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, when we got out into the woods, we, you know, had to take a rest eventually because it was a multiple day trek. And something approached us at night. Like a giant white spore beast that we had heard of. I don't remember what his name was, but sorry. I'm not multitasking too well right now. And he kind of showed up. We need to get to safety. Ow. And you know, one of the members had encountered a spore beast before. He had to fight one as kind of like a bounty, and he had hired 2 people to go with him. One of them was just kind of a newer type person to it, like not a super experienced guy. The other one seemed like he knew kind of like what to do. Pass on that. And it had ripped the 2 other people away and almost got him as well, but he managed to get some really good rolls and kill it. So when this new one came, the first kind of thing that people jumped to was to fight it. So like he shot it, Sulu dropped down on it, Whitaker ran in and started. Oh. I think he's having connection issues. And we had to start fighting this, and it tore off Whitaker a bit, but nothing incredibly bad, and I think Whitaker got the killing blow on it as well. So, and there was more spore beasts that were coming, we could hear them. So I played the harmonica, and it kept them, so they didn't come and approach us, thankfully, or else that would have been a lot worse. monsters. So we only have to deal with that one big spore beast. In the night, Whitaker, the one who actually landed because I was low on it. Uh-oh. We noticed that something was kind of like looking down over top him. He's telling me he's not gonna go into a fight right now. Okay. Yeah, the like lesser spore beasts were like hovering over him, and they ended up giving. Oh. Yeah, ended up giving him like this like little bag that we kind of thought like, oh, maybe they're like giving an offering or some such. So like, she's like, oh, okay, and they didn't bother us anymore than that, so wait. Uh-oh. He was being attacked. And we ended up getting to the town eventually. My character was the slowest of everyone. Because they're not athletic at all. I mean, they tried to run early in the campaign and they got like 2 feet before they were gasping for air. So they got carried. Whitaker, the fastest of us, carried my character so that so that we could move at a reasonable pace through those woods. We got to that town, and it was a decent town, you know, well managed. They had food and water and anything you could really, you know, need for basic necessities, and a few extra. Uh-oh. Ow. I'm not doing good at multitasking this dungeon. Where we go from here in the town? Where do we go from here? Yeah, we went into like the town, the town hall, more or less. You know, go like see if the like judge there knew anything about the bounty reactor. And he said that on the way in, we like we bumped into a guy, and you know, we just like asked him his name and like if he needed any help or anything like that. And he was like, no, you know, just trying to like get along to do his job and the like. And when we just kind of like mentioned that to him, just like off the side, because my character liked to talk, the judge was confused because that guy wasn't around. He was sick, and asked kind of like what he looked like. Kind of described the guy's exact description that the GM had given me because I wrote it down. And he was like, "Oh, that's actually one of the people that has a bounty on their head that I was gonna hand to you." Like, oh, well, I guess we'll go grab him then. And Sovu and Grigor went to go grab him, and you know, having a giant android lady jump at you and land on you, it tends to break arms, which it did break that guy's arm. It mangled it all to hell. So they were able to bring him in, and we got a little bit of information from like some people that had gone like missing or that had seen in a while, stuff like that. And it was we did some scouting on our own. We found like an abandoned house, or that looked abandoned, and when we actually got into it, broke into it, there was like signs of somebody having lived there. There was also a corpse of somebody who had died in there. But it seemed like more than one person lived there. When we had gotten into the like last room that we hadn't checked, we had to like break it open, and the person we were looking for ended up being in there and, you know, started trying to like fire at, oh Jesus, where did he just go? Started trying to fire at the soldier guy that we had with us, the soldier character, one of the party members, the one I can't actually remember the name of right now. But they didn't die or anything. They were able to duck out of the way enough. And we had to like chase them through. They had they tossed a grenade out, and our soldier character like ducked on the other side of a table, like threw it down and protected themselves from it. But they were still beat up from that one. And when they opened the door to like get at them, there was nobody in there. And they found a secret kind of like hatch in there. And so I went around the building trying to like figure out where they were. And saw somebody inside like move through the window, and it wasn't any of my party members. So when I went in, I kind of like knew where to look, and took a shot, and ended up being a really good shot and doning that that lady that we were after. My character hadn't, killed anyone before then, so they didn't have a really good time for a bit after that. In case they weren't looking to actually try to do anything, they just want to stop them. They were very gentle soul. Very gentle soul. Oh, right. I need to shoot this. But it got sorted out. I should use my abilities. What am I looking for? We ended up talking to like the scientist of the village. He seemed to know a lot about Omen, my former character, and of Will and the like. So we get to like learn some more of this. Like he's a bit disappointed that Omen wasn't around. And apparently Omen needed a special kind of weird giant fruit that he actually had in a freezer. He was gonna give to him so he could actually become a full member of his like order, to become immune to the spore, more or less. Which in a setting where getting infected by the spore means you eventually will die, it would be a good thing for him to have. Don't need that. Don't need that. What am I thinking of? Alright, brain. We're not in a dungeon anymore. What are we thinking of? Right, so we got like re-equipped and stuff, and he actually could speak Hebrew. He had learned it from somebody that wasn't around anymore. So he was actually able to speak with Sobu and wanted to learn more about her. Like, not in a malicious way. He hated the envoy as well, but just to understand her kind better. So we let Sobu decide that, because we didn't want to make this decision for her. And she eventually kind of agreed to it. He got kind of like the answers that he wanted out of it, or like some more information to go off of, because he had never scanned a living sleeper, only ones that he had found or recovered that were dead. And the envoy aren't sticking looking to keep them alive. And we ended up sending the corpse of the widow to him to investigate. It was strangely like mutated by the spore and the like we had found some burn in her hideout, which is like this specially treated spore drug that brings out like a supernatural property temporarily in a user, but it is dangerous to use because it's, made from spore. but like it can make people like most of the party, or all of the party at that time. It make them, you know, it'd make them very, very charismatic. So, you know, it increased like their influence and their just ability to persuade people. Okay, well that was pain. So we had him investigate that. We learned, we went to like a party and whatnot, that the celebration that the town was having, not related to our bounty hunting work, just that they were having. So everyone got kind of like relaxed and de-stressed there. My character made a bit of money and reputation, playing some music there, and yeah, I got to meet a musician that, you know, that was kind there as well. Where do we go after that? Oh yeah, we went to rest at a guy that usually like kind of like acts as the thing. They don't have an actual end, but for the wayward soul, they allow people to rest for the night there, as long as they're not going to do anything terrible to them. And during the night, a spore storm came through. This is where just these storms that carry a very, very, very dangerous amount of spore through the air and the like. We had to like tape up all the windows and stuff like that and just make it show everything was sealed up. We wouldn't get affected. But like during the night, like things came to visit. There was a weird creature that we had heard about. Sorry, I'm just rubbing my eye. That was like, how to put it? Like something in between like what are they? Hermit crab. That's what they're. Something between like a hermit crab and a weird like squid. Like a weird like tentacly kind of hermit crab. And they had like these like horrible like raking claw talon type things on the end of their tentacles, though they were described as they had like scoops on them, so we just referred to it as having scoop hands. A horrible monster with scoop hands. It'll give you some giant slices, scoops of ice cream and the like. At least that's what we wished it did. We had like a different visitor, like some sort of sport creature on the roof, but it thankfully didn't. It didn't try and break into the house. We all just kept quiet for it. But what did end up happening was over the like over the radio this guy had, this house that we were staying in, there was chatter over the radio of like one of the stations just went offline entirely. And it was just like, oh, that doesn't seem good. And we eventually started hearing gunshots in town. And like looking out what we could of the window, we eventually saw, as the storm started to calm down, we saw the judge that we had done, we'd helped in the town, just were like wandering around, and he had a lever action rifle, and he was he had it like up to his own head. He was trying to use it, but there was no ammo in it. He was in like this he wasn't in his own mind, and he didn't even have his gas mask on or anything. So being out in like the storm, his mouth was just entirely infected by like the spore and stuff, and my character tried to like reach out to him to get him to stop, but it got him to snap out of it, but I don't think it was actually for the better. And our soldier type character ended up having to put him down since he was too far gone. He was kind of doomed by that point. That sucked. Well, I liked him as a character. And we left town. We didn't want to. The only person we visited was the scientist guy. And something had apparently come out of the corpse of the lady that we had brought to him and sliced him. So he was also infected and was probably gonna die soon. It was just like all these people that we were meeting were just kind of like doomed to die. So we just left town after that, just try and get away from that. And the place we went to, we had heard it was a scavenging spot, just trying to get away from all that bad situation. I don't want to... Spiders. I need help. Yeah, we went to the scavenging spot. We had to wear our masks for it. Are you kidding me? One moment, the dogs are making a sound. I'm gonna go check on that real quick. I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah. The old man dog had a bit of an accident. Couldn't make it to the outside. Yeah. The Genesis, well, an interesting system and neat world and like. The dark world too, which I do like, but whew, rough one at times. It could be a very deadly game too. Like you can get killed in one to two shots very easily at at any point in the game, really, depending on like who you are and like most things could kill my could kill my character in 1 to 2 hits. If it was a gun, most likely one. Like a rifle of some sort or like a shotgun. Yeah, my character would be just gone. Whereas like maybe a tougher character might just be badly injured. D&D games that I've played usually have a well, certainly there can be harsh themes in them, certainly. Just the kind of air of D&D and the like kind of lends to adventure. You know, being a bit more well, you kill things all the time in D&D. I mean, whether it's like monsters attacking a town or like bandits, or if you're playing as evil guys, you can could be, you know, anything really. Just immediately, just okay with it. The games I've run in like Deadlands and which is Savage Worlds, and Hell on Earth, those are usually pretty dark settings, but it should be more fantastical, I suppose. It's running Star Wars. You know, not that dark things can't happen in Star Wars, but they usually have that that fantasy kind of weapon kind of feel at times. Yeah, I think I know why I might be dying from this. I haven't upgraded my gear. Did that do it? Okay. Right. Oh. Yeah. This, I don't know. It's just like playing and running like, games, whether like Pathfinder or Dungeons and Dragons. Even if they're like, even if you're fighting like undead or something, there's something that just always kind of feels more, keeps things from feeling as heavy as when you're all in a post-apocalyptic area with playing a character. Wait, I guess it might be more towards the point of like when you're playing a more morally good character, I guess, like a kind-hearted character. I'm gonna have to think of like what somebody might actually do. Like, you kill a lot of things in D&D, and plenty of them are intelligent to some capacity. Should stop opening the map over and over again. Just chink, chink, chink. I mean, like, the most recent session that we've had for the Pathfinder game that I'm in on Sundays, a entire town has been like crippled by one of the like NPC characters. He accidentally stumbled across a moon wraith. And wraiths have a tendency when they kill somebody living, they become a wraith. And so it spiraled out, and a large swath of the town was killed by these wraiths, which, you know, is a lot more death, certainly, since it's a larger town and everything, not just some like small backwater area, but just because like it's D&D and it's fantastical and magic and the like, it feels like there's less less weight to things, I guess. The Morble should be right ahead. If I didn't know it better, I would swear you've tracked animals before. I mean, I've certainly seen plenty of these giant plant tentacle monsters. Especially if you're playing an evil character. Certainly things are easier to just kind of go with, usually. But I guess it depends on what attachments you can make or how quickly your character's supposed to make attachments. Gosh dang. Alright. So we'll head to what's it called? The Foundation? It's the city from Heaven's Ward. See if I can get some gear from there. Yeah. Do you play D&D, Colby? I've been playing since I was like 10 or 12, so it's been a bit. Alright. Do you have anything for me? I can use the... yeah, I started with 3.5, so... that's why I like Pathfinder, since it's pretty much just a cleaned up 3.5. Flow's a bit better. I guess. Yeah, let's grab some of these. Don't have the most of these things, so boots probably. 345. Don't need the coat as much. Wait, put clothes on. Yeah, 3.5 is where I started, and I was GMing. I was GMing most of my time playing that. Since my brother and my stepbrother, who's the only two people I really played with, the majority of my time playing 3.5. They didn't want to run the game or anything. Yeah, we'll get these too. Healer, no, not that. Glamour plate, no, not that. Recommended gear, there we go. Okay. Gear, glamour plate, boop, boop, boop. Yeah, that. And where's the gun? The glamour plate for the gun. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, you know, things can happen depending on who you're playing with. My brother was playing a vampire in it, which was really annoying. Because vampires in 3.5 are really strong. Like he had to fight a dragon and killed it in like one spell, so I don't think I used the spell. I don't think he understood the spell correctly, but he still killed it in one spell using Slimy Doom, which I think is supposed to take a lot longer than a few moments, but oh well. Beauty Finder. try and get some more shards for that. Where do I need to go? Right, I'm still just doing side quests. I need to get 61. Then I can continue with the actual quest. Right. Yeah. The only character I got to actually play in 3.5 wasn't really a character since it was the GM. It was just a thing to buffer their group so they could actually tackle things. And Stonechild's got restricted in my group after we did the Strength Monk campaign. They picked the strongest grappling monster out of the handbook and I managed to beat it in a contest of strength. Yeah, I mean, making monks strength based is they don't need that. And they kind of have like a sort of strength monk. No, not that. I mean, anyway. They got a brawler, which is like a mix between the fighter and the monk. Just okay. Ow! It does so much damage. You're just gonna keep doing flips and stuff while not looking at the enemy. Ow. My favorite thing from 3.5 was it's a prestige class. It's called the Pale Master. Let me just take a drink quick. You could, it was like a necromancer that was so invested in it that they learned how to make make bone armor onto themselves, and they replaced one of their arms with an undead arm, which gave them special like undead touch attacks, like kind of like a lich. And like one of them was like straight out a death attack, which was cool. I don't know how useful it's going to really be on a wizard, but, you know, it's still neat. Let's just teleport over there. Yeah, but yeah, the arm could be like a skeleton's arm, it could be a mummified arm, it could just be a rotting arm, whatever kind of, could be like a kind of like petrified type thing, just any kind of undead type arm. And I thought it was really cool. Well, I think necromancers are cool. Yeah. And I think they got some more stuff for like summoning minions and stuff like that, but I don't really remember exactly. It's been a while. It was in a little like side book that also had what's it called? It also had the like dragon disciple in it. Just, you know what? I'm gonna be a sorcerer and just, you know, become a dragon eventually. Just, oh, okay. I mean, that's pretty cool. You know. Anything's good for me. Nope. Yeah. Yeah. Them squishy level 1s. You die to a lot of things. You know, fall the wrong way, dead. Get slapped too hard, dead. Someone sneezes in your proximity, dead. I think, well, I guess I didn't have a favorite class to play in 3.5 since I didn't really get to play, but there's some neat ones I get to look at. like the Pale Master. Yeah. One of the dogs, bear, very small. Kind of like Chihuahua-ish, but he's got something else in him that makes him a little bulkier. He's just been leaving his mark all around the house. So we got the kennel out for him, unfortunately, because he won't stop doing that. He's gotta stay in there when not being directly supervised. He doesn't like it, so he's whining. But yeah. The two other dogs, Buddy and Gracie. I mean, Gracie's, she's been fine with it. She had a problem, so she would just kind of leak occasionally, and the other two kind of picked that up as like, oh, we can go wherever, and it's like, no. But now Buddy's too old, he can't really help himself sometimes, so Bear's just like, oh, you know, so we can go anywhere. It's like, no. It's annoying, but it is what it is, I guess. Dogs are cute, pets are cute until they're not. Do I have anything else to turn in? Did my Saturday? Okay, no, it's not there yet. I think at 9 or 10, we'll get to go check the lottery and probably lose entirely. Where? Challenge log. Yeah, that's still there. Okay. Since the Gold Saucer has a weekly lottery where you can just win more tokens for the place. Yeah. Like, I'm more of a cat person, but I still like dogs. But dogs have certainly given me more of a hassle. Yeah, I mean, lottery's probably not gonna turn up anything. I think I've gotten something on it once, but nothing like amazing. How old are your dogs? If you don't mind me asking. And I think Buddy's like, I think he's like 16 or 18, something like that. He's pretty old. Gracie and Bear are getting up there too. So, they're pretty old dogs. Yeah, Buddy I think is like a Chinese pug or something like that. I'd have to check. Gracie's a black lab, a brown lab, black lab, something. Out of the dogs, Gracie's the best of the dogs. She's well trained. She's very happy. She has her tough times, but she at least doesn't intentionally pee everywhere. What's that person just staring at me? Ooh, are they gonna help? Oh, no. Maybe? I don't know. I've never... Actually, no, that's not true. I've barely played any Final Fantasy games. Like, this one's the one I've most played. It's an MMO. I can kind of pick what I want. And I played like some other one that I don't even remember the number of it because there's so many. But I never really got into them. They weren't my kind of RPG. I'm trying to think of some more D&D stuff because there is some more to. Black Shepherd. Oh. Oh. Yeah, we've had a few German Shepherds in the family growing up. Yeah, I love the German Shepherds. We haven't had one in a while, but he's three of them growing up. Those were good dogs. I have a lot of cats too. I don't even know if I can number all the cats. There's quite a few of them. We've had ferrets before. We had an iguana once. Had 2 bearded dragons. Fish, but, like just goldfish. But my brother did have a betta fish. What else did we have? My sister had mice. So that was a rough one since yeah, the ferrets can be quite smelly, but as long as you keep making sure that their cage is clean and stuff. I don't remember being too bad, but like if you went near their cage, terrible. They're silly little creatures. One of them was named Spaz. He was like, "What are you doing?" And they just they like bounce around, just like, and just like go back behind the couch or something. It's just like, oh, okay, that's what you're doing. But I mean, uh, they're cute. Apparently, apparently they advise to get the ones that are active and like looking around and stuff in cages, not the one that looks calm. Because I don't remember it, but it's a story my mom's repeated a few times. They got this ferret. I think it was before the one where we got, but they got him and he was all calm and stuff like that. But once he was like home in this new environment and stuff like that, he was savage, biting, clawing, entirely just everything but calm. And it continued, so they actually had to bring him back, unfortunately. Everyone's different. I like bearded dragons. I think lizards are cool, and we actually had a snake once as well. We had a big boa. And that was cool. Snakes are cool. In the actual sense, not just like cold-bloodedness. Still waiting on that. Average wait time 25 minutes. Yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the other animals that we might have had. Yeah, I don't know if there's any others or not. The iguana was cool. You just had to be careful not to agitate them or they'd whip you with their tail, and that did not feel good. That was a strong tail. Nice. Magic failure. Map. Oh, okay, there we go. But yeah, cats were always my favorite. Since they're just, they're more independent than dogs tend to be. Can just kind of, give them love when they kind of like want love. And, that's kind of that. Much more easy to handle and take care of. Usually. Oh, I'm in a magic walker thing now. Where am I going? Okay. Not registering this hand a lot. I'm gonna have to move it over just a smidge. Hands, 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 hands. Yeah, my sister had a cat that, oh, okay, I can't do anything with that, alright. She named Curry. And when they were young, when they were eating their food, they'd like just kind of like make a sound while doing it. They'd just be like, "Nyah, nyah, 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 nyah." It's just like, what are you doing? Just whenever they make that sound. Yeah. I need help. Oh. Yeah. Stretching the fingers. Playing for quite a while. I think of some other D&D things. Let me just get out of this, I can just teleport. I usually prefer playing anything other than just a human in role-playing games. It's like, I don't know, it just never was enticing to me. Like almost all of my friends growing up, they would almost exclusively play human. It's just, I want to be something weird. I want to be a tiefling. I want to be a dragonborn. I want to be. I played Shadowrun and I played a Naga, which just a very big snake that's intelligent, can speak, and has some magic to him. And I was like, you know what? Fuck that. I'm gonna be one that wants to use like cybernetics and stuff. So I gave him 2 robo arms. I was a giant snake with arms. I could do the angry snake poses that are very adorable when you give him like little arms and it's just like, It's, I want to be something different. I like being different things. I mean, the current game I'm playing, I'm playing I'm playing a character that can that's a summoner, but their summon is it like kind of like they become the summon instead of summoning just another creature, and they become a horrible like deep sea tentacle monster. It's great. They commit the enslavening. It's great. I mean, even a dwarf is something. It's like different. Like, it's not like the furthest thing, obviously, but like it's something different. It just, I don't know. I could never stay long with human. I can play them if I absolutely have to, but I usually grow bored of them. Like, no, it's just they never stick with me. They don't have that damn. They don't have the why. I think I've only played a dwarf once, and it was the first time I actually it was the first time I actually played D&D. We had gotten a black box set with a little like black dragon and all these tiles and like paperback like shortened down version of the player's handbook, and also the Dungeon Master's Guide. They also had that shortened paperback one, just so you kind of get the gist of it before committing. And like in that one, they had some pre-built characters, and I picked the dwarf because you know, it. Why not? So I was the party cleric. But like, and I don't think I've actually ever like committed, like actually played before. Like I've played the humans, you know, begrudgingly. I've played elves, I've played tieflings, played dragonborn, ASMR. What are some of the other characters I've played? I'm trying to think of some of them now. I mean, in Shadowrun I played a Naga, so I was a giant snake person with robo arms, so... That's probably the weirdest character I've played. Or like the most out there, I suppose. I mean, I've played lizard men. I played a crazy lizard men cultist guy named Ragged. He was a lot of fun. Yeah, I played more than one tiefling. I played a cat. I played more than one catfolk. You know, just because I like cats. What else was there? I played a kitsune once. I mean, technically twice, but the second time we didn't actually get anywhere with it because one of the players had an impossible hissy fit that just completely destroyed everything, so we never actually played past that first session on that one, so really just once. Dwarf Storm Cleric and 5e. Yeah, I mean, lightning's cool. I'm more of a pyromancer player. I enjoy fire-based characters. Who would have guessed? But you know, lightning's cool too. I mean, I enjoy the Sith, and Star Wars and whatnot. There's a lot of lightning. I've never been much for cold, even though I've got a few friends that prefer having like cold-based attacks and stuff like that. There's never for me. Yeah. I mean, my iconic tiefling Dungeons and Dragons character was a. It was from Neverwinter Online, and they were a tiefling warlock. Nope. Can I get it? Get me out of here. But they use like blood magic and stuff, and 5th edition didn't have like a means for blood magic in it. So I had to kind of work with the GM on like how we wanted to kind of do that, and we decided that it was, I think it was proficiency times 2, like double my proficiency in damage I would take to myself, and that would increase the level of the spell by 1. So like my fireballs and all those sort of things were more powerful, which was nice because I was a warlock, so all of my spells were already high as they could be. The way I had a very small amount of them, obviously. But like, you know, a fireball that's a level higher than it should be pretty nice, pretty nice. There's also a bit of a hidden mechanic that never fully came into play, but I had she had an anger that would kind of build up and make her go into like a full-on rage. And was trying to immolate anything, and that kind of like build up over time. Thankfully, we never actually got to the point where she just, you know, blew and tried to blow everything up in sight. But you know, it's it came pretty close. Since she had a tome. That she was originally a slave, but she found a tome sort of came to her, and sort of helped her escape and helped her learn like magic, sorcery, and those kind of things, you know. But you know, it's got some costs that are ticking time bomb and stuff like that. But it's it was good for the DM because it meant they could kind of like lore dump anytime I looked at the book. It was just like, oh, I'm looking at the book, see if I can search any past memories from others who have been a part of this book. See if anything of this information might pop up. And it's just, if they felt like it was appropriate, to be like, yeah, sure. Here's what you get for that. You know, it was a fun little bit of lore things that they could add in there. Yeah, Pyramids is my favorite. Fireballs, balls of fire, scorching red. Oh, I had... Yeah. It's kind of lets you build off things. It was a custom spell that there was like this statue that we had built, that we had found, and it gave, depending on who touched it, it would give something. What was I gonna say? Yeah, there was a statue, and when my character touched it, one that was tiefling woman that was made out of onyx, and it was this tall statue, fierce and whatnot, and it gave my character a spell that the dungeon master had made custom, and a few other people got these custom things as well. But mine was it was like the heat. It was like the heat metal spell, except for it was heat bone. So I could just heat up somebody's skeleton while it was still inside them, and it would do a bunch of, you know, heat fire damage, obviously, and it did something else that was, I think, they couldn't like take reactions or something like that, or if they failed their check, they might have been stunned or something like that. I don't exactly remember what, but it was cool thematically, because, like, you know, you grab somebody and their skeleton starts glowing red hot through their own skin. It's just like, oh, it's brutal. Yeah, that character ended up actually, instead of being a like spell casting, like mainly as like spellcaster, like slinging fireballs and stuff, as the campaign went on, had to switch them into being an actual melee combatant, because like we were just running into a lot of like demons and stuff, so like everything had fire resistance. My hand really doesn't like it today, which I don't know about you, but yeah. The keep bone was a touch spell. I had to get up close to actually touch them and do it. I couldn't just do it from afar. That would have been unfair. I had to get in the danger and become the danger. Yeah, what am I thinking of? Yeah, had to switch to more of a melee build. Got a belt of... was it Hill Giant Strength? Ice Giant Strength? Fire Giant Strength? It's something strength, so my character had a lot more strength than she had, since she had like 8 normally, I think. 8 or 10. So getting that made melee combat viable. And there was a PDF that we had gotten of like evil spells and stuff like that, and some evil classes. And one of the spells was blood armor. So if I was able to hit something with a slashing weapon, then or piercing, it's any way that would make blood come out of them, then I could take that blood and forge it into an armor, and it was pretty good. Not like World Breaker or anything like that. It wasn't like full plate or anything, but it was good for a caster. It's good. Yeah, that campaign was predominantly set underground. Like as if everything was done in the Underdark. It was just darkness all the time. But you know, I was playing a warlock, so I took the invocation that let me see double the range with dark vision, which was nice. Nice when you can't see anything. Mission takes forever. They got this handle. I'll just adjust my leap motion controller, see if I can get my hand tracking a bit better. Doesn't seem to want to. Oh, and there was also a spell that was like a shadow travel. So I could open a doorway, and everyone could go into it, and you'd have to walk through it, and it would go. You couldn't get exhausted while walking. It was fine. You'd just be walking, so you'd be just mostly bored. But it could go like 50 miles in one direction. Like if you hit something that you couldn't actually walk out of, the spell wouldn't work, or you get like shunted out of it or something like that. I forget exactly which. But if you named a location or knew the location, then it was much easier to just make a portal to get there. It was really cool because you pretty much traversed through on the ethereal plane. And the DM made us pretty much like walk through the afterlife while going through. Sometimes it was just a nice peaceful place. Other times we were walking through hell. To erase the boredom for people, I had we had found a bag in one of our adventures that had a skeleton in it, and when we dumped it out, the skeleton would form into a servant that would do what we wanted. So when we went through the shadow plane travel, they became a full person instead of just skeleton, like full flesh and blood and everything like that, and they could talk. So I just handed them my character's demonology book, and it was just like, alright, well, keep us informed instead, so we have something to listen to. Just like, not everyone liked that. One character in particular, who was a paladin, did not like hearing a bunch of demonology being spouted, but like, it's informative. We may run into these things. We've already run into demons before. Kinda need to know it. It was a neat spell though. Trying to think if there was any other spells in that PDF. It's been a while since I've looked at it, like years now. And I know there was one where like you'd like you'd make a bunch of like tentacles like sprout out from your mouth, and you could like reach attack people with it, and that was kind of cool. I don't think I'd take it, but it was cool. Yeah. Or, you know, if you're playing the bad guys or whatnot. But yeah, they had a real anti-paladin type class in that PDF as well, which was cool. I don't think anybody actually used it, but it was still cool. Got Dracula behind me. I have played Call of Cthulhu before, but I like the characters that everyone made. We made them like, you know, like they were supposed to be real people. We played in what was the era? The 70s, the 80s, something like that. But like, a bunch of us were just a bunch of goths. It was great. But the system itself, I didn't enjoy. Like, what? Want to help people? Ooh, nope. Oh yeah. I agree with that. I liked Monster Hunter. I played Monster Hunter World. I liked what's it called? I liked the musical instrument hammer, I forget what it was called. The thumb or whatever. Yeah, that. I liked that, and I liked, I liked playing Guitar Hero while fighting monsters. And, buffing people. I played through the game using I started off with the light the light bolt gun or whatever it's called, but I moved to the heavy one because I liked it more as Daka. Like some Daka. And also just because of the person. You just breakdance on people? Yeah, I didn't play Rise. Calling in mortars and just exploding everything, including my teammates. I loved it.
Control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby.
The control panel I'm standing in front of.
Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the ultimate weapon.
I didn't like the bow. I didn't really like the bow. A lot of people seem to like it, so what is this? What are you doing, hand? Hands aren't supposed to go like that. Yeah, a lot of people seem to like the bow and say it was amazing, but I just didn't like it. I liked dual weapons, I liked, the sword was okay, I didn't play it too much. I like the sword and shield.
Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies.
Eat all the cards.
To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead. Though your comrades only rarely
I only
respond in kind,
switched to
which
using
is strange, is it not?
the sword and shield when
Are the 12
when
otherwise
the
engaged?
Geralt
I was given to
event kind of
understand
came
they
around,
were your
because then I got a
protectors.
cool
You
looking
truly
sword
believe them,
with
your
a
guardians,
shield
why
that I could
not
just
repeat
raise
the
that's
trick that
invisible
served
instead
you
of
so well in Cotonou
having to
and
have a
pull
big
them
giant
down?
unwieldy shield. It was so much cooler.
They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except for this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which
I did like
prompts
the hammer
question.
though. The
Why
hammer
do
was a
they
lot of
cling
fun.
to these false
I used
deities?
the
What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to
like
grovel
undead
at their
dragon kind of
feet?
axe, where it like makes a hammer where it makes it into a big giant axe instead. I like
Your
that one.
masters lack the strength to do otherwise.
Did good damage with that.
For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world.
Yeah,
To this end, he hath
It's just,
fought
you know,
ever to raise himself
cooler.
through conflict, to grow rich
I
through
didn't like the great
conquest.
sword. I didn't really like that. I
And when
was
the dust of battle
okay
settles,
with the
it is ever the strong
with the
who
charge axe. I
dictate
thought
the
that was kind of
fate
neat,
of the
but I didn't
weak.
really like the great sword looking thing.
Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler. That
Yeah, likes to
of
talk
false
a
worship,
lot.
a path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation.
This guy's a super villain. He's monologuing at us.
Come, champion of Eorzea. Face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of
Should
my
throw him in a comic
readiness
book.
to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, for none among you has the power to stop me.
Yeah, yeah. The hammer was just fun because you could just break everything off of like a monster and stuff. It was just fun, just slamming, spinning, smashing. It was great. And I felt like it was more maneuverable than the great axe. I mean, than the great sword. And my favorite Calico armor was I think it was actually from the Undead Dragon, where it like makes the Calico into like a little Reaper set. It was really cute. And it was
To be so hard pressed.
it was partly the inspiration for my third version of
Your strength
Omen,
is
the
most
Catfoot
impressive.
character, his kind of
Such
outfit,
power
where he's
befits
just
a
like this
ruler.
Reaper type character. It was very cute. I liked it.
You lack the resolve to put it to proper use. The
I guess
waste.
a lot of the Palico outfits are pretty cute. And now he's getting in his Megazord. And another cutscene. there any Monster Hunter weapons that were missing? Hammer, charge axe, great sword, great hammer, the heavy bow gun, the light bow gun, bow, sword and shield, hunting horn. Are we missing any? I feel like we're missing something.
Hero, to do that.
Oh, there's the lance.
Which you will not.
Aren't there two versions of the lance? Like the regular lance and the boomy lance, I think? Oh, insect glaive. Yeah. The insect glaive was kind of fun, but I never got too much into it. Yeah, the gun lance. I didn't like the gun lance. I didn't like either of the lances.
Witness to the
At all?
true
I
power
think it is.
of the Ultima weapon.
I made my character look like a tiefling in Monster Hunter as well. Yeah. They just weren't exciting. They certainly could be useful, but they just weren't cool. I haven't played Monster Hunter for a bit. Last time I was playing through it with a friend Court. But it's been a bit since then. I don't actually think I beat it with her. I beat it on my own and playing with a different friend, but I don't think I actually beat it with her.
But the Ultima weapon is all-powerful. Why does my enemy still stand? Can her strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
Just waiting through this cutscene. I've already seen it before.
La Brea.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal she bears.
So, this is what empowers her.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the hammer
Yeah,
of
I had a
darkness
character
must needs
named
be brought
Ragged,
to
who was
bear
a
upon the
lizard
shield
folk.
of light.
Who kept, well, like, coming.
And so it shall.
Yeah.
For the ultimate weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
I had a character that was
Plainly, Ascian.
a lizard folk who kept coming back from, like,
The heart of Sabine
not coming back from the dead, but he
is
kept,
the weapon's core.
I suppose,
An enigma
reincarnating in a
whose
new
surface even the
lizard
vaulted
folk every time he
scholars of
died.
ancient Alec failed to
So he
scratch.
kept, and it was sort of like, and once he came of
The
age, would like
magic within
throw
has
his
lain
old memories
dormant
into
for
his head and
eons.
kind of throw it all out of whack. So he got a bit more
Of what matter
unhinged
do
the more
you
it happened.
speak?
But when
A spell without parallel.
he was a quirky little
Ultima.
alchemist. And he had
I
he
sought
did
the
some
life
experimenting
force
on
of the
himself. So he had like these
primals
tentacle
for
growths, so
no
like he could
other
like
reason but to
he'd like
quicken
take a
the
potion to
power.
make himself larger
For the
and then
true
like slap
power
people
of
with
the ultimate weapon
with tentacles, like
lies
grab them
within
and start
its
just
now
biting them and stuff like
beating
that, or
heart.
just grab them and have other people deal with it.
La Habrea.
But he was just an alchemist. And
No more than was necessary.
there was
For my God
there
to
was
be
one
reborn.
of the places that we frequented because there was good people there trying to help the lower city.
The
It got
hour
set on
is
fire at one point.
hand. Behold, but a
And
sliver
so
of
like
my
people were like
God's
trying to put out the fires and
power.
stuff like that, and we were trying to help, and I was like, well, I don't really have anything to help out with fire, so I will instead set up a stand to make coffee for everyone, because I had an inventory of like over 100 items just in my bag of holding, just like different all of these different like, little cures for all different like ailments and stuff like that. It was normal tea, it was coffee, it was tea for fortune telling and stuff like that. There was a special sponge that would get rid of like the nauseous condition but make you vomit. There was yeah, there was all these different things that I just like took to, because he was an alchemist. He had his workshop that had all these different things, but like the most memorable moment that everyone knows is that he made coffee for everyone. There was just a line of all the people who were fatigued just come over for coffee, because
Oh,
coffee
Heidelin,
gets rid of
It
fatigue.
seems the task
For
of
like an
keeping
hour,
your
but yeah.
champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left.
And it was a game where there was actually two different parties going
Your
through. So there
enemy's
was
shield is
another
broken.
party of like inquisitors who were the upper city
The
people.
rest
And
I leave to you.
They actually saw my character, DM,
Speak later.
when walking the other people through it. He made mention of a lizard folk who was serving coffee to everyone, but they didn't touch it or anything, so we never got to actually meet as two different parties. But that would have been a funny way to meet if it did. And he spoke in the third person, and most people, he didn't refer to them as their name unless he actually liked them. So like most of the party just got random nicknames and stuff like that. Like there was a half elf, so they were like called like one of tainted blood, or like a mixed race one and stuff like that. Just just speaking more literally to what they are than to what they call themselves. But when I actually like earned their respect, or like when he liked them or whatnot, he'd actually start calling them by their name. It's a little bit of an endearment or like a little show of who it's actually endeared to. Ow. Oh no, it's exploding. Oh no. After this dungeon, I'll probably call it so I can actually eat, if I haven't eaten since.
Must needs look to a higher power for providence, and their dependence
9 hours ago.
cost to the realm.
It's been a bit.
The misguided elevate the frail, and the frail lead the people astray. Unless
Been streaming for almost 6 hours, so
rests control,
feels like a fun place.
the cycle will never be broken. You of all people must see the truth in this.
More
You
monologuing.
who have the strength to rule.
Get on with it. Yeah, need sustenance. I must consume. Consume.
Pathetic. You boasted of unrivaled power. You were entrusted with the ultimate weapon. The ultimate magic.
I mean, doesn't look so ultimate to me.
Still, you failed.
Yeah.
So much for the glory of man. The growing imbalance afflicting the planet must be redressed. If it is permitted to worsen, the very laws of existence, both etheric and physical, will be warped beyond all recognition. Know you the root of this corruption? Hydaelyn. Like a parasite, she must be burned out if the planet is to recover.
I don't know the name.
And naught but the return of the one true god will ensure her complete excision. Yet, to pave the way for the Master's return, a chaotic confluence of untold proportions must needs be brought about. And that will necessitate the presence of the primals. Needless to say, both you and your scion accomplices cannot be suffered to interfere in this endeavor. You will not leave this
voice
place
actor. Okay.
alive.
I'm doing okay. You know, I'll probably, you know, call it after this dungeon mission main scenario event thingamajigger. Because I've been, you know, going for about almost 6 hours and I need to eat. Doing good though. Huh? A lot of good indie chat and whatnot. How are you doing, Alana? Are you feeling better? Nice, good to hear. Alright. Who's on those? The Vesper. They will be informative. Alright. Did I level up from that? I think I did. Yeah, I love that. I can continue the quest, you know. Not right now, but tomorrow, probably. Alright. Alright, well, I'm gonna go get stuff to eat and probably unwind. We'll see how things progress. Yeah. But, hope everyone enjoyed. Bye for now. Right, let's see, where is it? There it is. Alright. Bye. Thanks for joining. There we go.